sing for so long. Oh, Superfly, you're gonna make your fortune by and by. But if you lose, don't ask no questions why.
Just like a woman.
All right, folks. It was made for me by Artisan MC. Appreciate him. God, man, I told him he was not shit for that. I told him he was not shit for that intro. But I decided that it was probably the perfect time to put it in. We have to shorten it just a bit for a video intro, but I thought it was appropriate for this one. Why am I live? Because I got something to say. Probably could have been a morning talk. Maybe should have been a morning talk. But I decided I have something to say right now. Maybe it's better that I do it live. Especially because of, you know, what's going on right now with Miss Pearly things and this division we're starting to see in the manosphere. And something was coming to me. Especially what Miss Pearly things kind of exposed. And I'm thinking that a lot of this stuff is really embedded in the chip that we have in our brain about our women and what they think really matters to us and how we respond to what they think and how they feel, even though sometimes they don't even understand it themselves. Like Pearl has been, what I think has been a dirty trick, has been thrown on the black manosphere twice. This is the second time. The first time, I think it was maybe too early, and they thought they could get away with it. It didn't work then, because what they really were trying to do is use the whiteness of Pearl and the reaction of our women to kind of pull what they think is the wayward black manosphere onto a more what they call a pro-black stance. But a pro-black stance, unfortunately, is a matriarchal stance. Unfortunately. Now, I wish it wasn't because that's part of my sector, but it is heavily matriarchal and heavily controlled by women, as is most things in the black community. And what it has exposed is some of the weaknesses that are still in our community, how we react to things, and not big things. It's not like, they call for the death of black folks or the separation of black people, the reintroduction of segregation or any of that kind of stuff. Okay. Now, however you interpret it, could have been racist, could have not have been racist. It could have been anything. Okay. They could have denied slavery altogether. But she's, if you listen to what she said slavery was horrible. And she said, I'm not going to say that it wasn't, but I think it was embellished. And just by her saying that was enough to set off this storm, this 3-week storm between the black men and the manosphere. Really using the sentiments of the women, where the women are saying, you have to choose us or them. Which is something that irritated me because most guys in the black manosphere said black women should have been here in the first place. And what it shows is that maybe, just maybe, we're not ready for this moment. It shows if you're willing to tear apart the endeavor that you've been working on, or what you say that you love, what you've been working on for the betterment of black men and boys, and you're willing to let one little thing, one little sentence slip from a white woman that's not even in your circle, in your segment, in your sector, tear her apart, maybe we're not ready for the moment. Maybe not. Maybe, and maybe we don't. Maybe this moment is too big. Start talking to Dr. T. Maybe this moment is too big for us. Because if you go back to 1.0, what we call 1.0, and even the beginnings of 2.0. Okay, nobody saw this coming. Nobody thought that this group of people, this segment of people, would have this much power, this much influence, this fast. Okay, nobody could predict it. Even I could never have predicted that it could come this fast. Okay, but one thing I am good at. Okay. I'm not good at predicting the future for the most part. I mean, I can see the tea leaves, I can read them. Okay. But what I am good at is recognizing the moment. Okay. What I was good at is recognizing people that need to be slotted into certain places because the needs are to me the needs are obvious. Okay, there's a hole. What needs to be plugged into the hole to make it work? That's what I'm good at. Also, what I'm good at is recognizing the moment. Okay. COVID-19 before it even hit the United States for the most part, in essence, right? I was talking to Kevin. I was talking to Kevin. I said, "This is the moment." And are you ready to step into the moment? And he was. He stepped into the moment. Could I have predicted that he could carry it this far? No. It's impossible. But things he did. And it shocked everybody. All the things that 2.0 had advocated for 5 years had all of a sudden came wrapped up in a nice COVID bow. Okay. It is what it was, right? Everything that we could have imagined all came at once. And what I'm thinking is that nobody in this sector, maybe even including me, it was prepared for the aftermath. Okay, what if you got what you wanted? What if you really got what you wanted? What if you got the attention and the influence that you wanted, even from the white manosphere that really wasn't messing with y'all? They didn't care about you guys. Yeah, these black guys over there, they don't have any money, they don't have any power, they don't have no influence. And we didn't. Okay, but you start off with nothing. You add some conversation, you add in some facts, you get a few buzzwords out there. Okay, a couple of people write books. Then you add PhDs. Oh, wait, they're moving up. They need help, and all of a sudden they got these PhDs, these people with names and titles that use their CVs inside the manosphere. Okay, that's interesting. But there's only a seat so high they can go. And then you had Kevin, and when Kevin comes in at the right time, the right place with the right message, and then black women are loud. They're loud, and it caught attention. It caught attention, and people started looking at it and said, "Oh, this makes sense," and it started to spread. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Nobody could see it. But the thing is, he stepped into the moment, and we kind of stepped into the moment. And now you see black women back at the table, which nobody, even people that are close to me in this sector, nobody saw that black women were going to come back to the table. I knew they would eventually because of economics. Okay, but nobody thought it was going to happen like the next year. I said in 2019 they're coming back to the table. What are you going to say? In fact, I've had a video. What are you going to say? 2020 comes, they're back at the table because they got to be back at the table, and they're talking. All this purple pill space, all this Lapeefs, all this we need to talk. All this stuff is done because what? Black women need to come back to the table and negotiate and find out what are the divisions between black men and black women, which they had never done before. They had never done that before 2020. They never did that before. All of a sudden, Hammer, in fact, Hammer, I'm gonna do you a solid before I block you. I'm gonna do you a solid before I block you. I am gonna, this is just for Hammer. I'm gonna post a link. I'm gonna do you a solid before I block you. I want you to bring your little dumb ass up here. There's a link. Bring your dumb ass up here. 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 I'm getting tired of little virgin motherfuckers that don't know what the fuck they talking about coming in saying shit, throwing spit wads at the chalkboard because that's all you're doing. You ain't even had no pussy yet. You kind of tell us about Kevin, somebody you didn't even know, somebody you even know. Bring your dumb ass up here. You know, 2 years ago you talked about having making love to sex dolls. You come in here and trying to school old men that somebody like me that's 3 times your age. You're my grandson. You're not even my son. My grandson. You're my grandson. My son is twice your age. So bring your dumb ass up here. You don't even know the man. I knew the man. The man came off my platform. The man was brought in to help dumb motherfuckers like you. That's what he was brought in for. I actually tried. You go back and look at the tape when I brought him. He was to help dumb, uh, uh, socially awkward uh, bastards like you that had smarts but no knowledge and no grace. You come in like a motherfucking 10-year-old in my court. So if you want to come up here and you want to have this, we're gonna have this because I'm gonna talk to you like I would talk to my goddamn grandson. So if you want to throw spit wires at my chalkboard, bring your dumb ass up here and you put the motherfucking dunce cap on. You ain't even got your dick wet. Come counsel me. I've been through relationships, had kids, raised people like you, counsel people like you, tutor kids like you, coach ball for little Negroes like you. And they weren't near as dumb and as idiot as you were, man. At least they weren't nines. You're a nine, motherfucker. That's your problem. Get in the gym. Be productive. Because what your problem is that you can't attract women because you won't work on yourself. That's your problem. And you're trying to truncate that or throw that off your weakness and your insecurity off on us because we don't like white women. Ain't saying about white women. Anyhow, get back on track. But if you want to bring your dumb ass up here, bring your dumb ass up here because it won't be nice. It's not going to be pretty. So I'd advise you to go back where you were, go back to your kitty porn, and leave us alone. Okay? Anyhow, let me get back on track. Now, we stepped into the moment, and I don't think black men and black women were ready for that, especially black women, because when they came back, they didn't think they had to do anything. And they thought they're going to step back into the role. Well, they thought we're going to step back into the roles we have had for 200 years. And that was impossible. And what Pearl has taught me, Pearl has showed me that they're not ready to step back into this role. What they're is for things to go back to where they were, to where they could come in and mommy you and talk down to you and embarrass you and shame you back into whatever role or issue that you had before. Whether it's a stepdaddy, whether it's a wallet, whether it's a resource, where you're gonna work yourself 2 jobs to take care of family, whatever they deemed that made a good man. Because for too long, being a good man was seen through a black woman's eyes, and that always irritated me because we start to parrot the same thing. So, what makes you a good man? Oh man, loving your woman, loving your wife, taking care of your family, raising your kids, you know, doing what you got to do, paying the bills. I said, so there's nothing outside of serving your family and black women that makes you a good man. I'm not saying that's wrong, but the thing is, should we examine that? And why do women get to come in and list the things that make us a good man instead of men doing it? If it was all men that said that what to define what a good man was, I'd accept it because as a council of men, as a body of black men, we would say, okay, this is who we are and this is who we want to be. But women should not have a vote in that. If men objectively think that this is what we should be, then that's what we should be. In the 60s, I think we had a little bit of that. It's more about what we wanted as men. I think that went way off the path. And now it's to the point to be pro-black or to be a good man or be anything like that is to follow exactly what women lay out for us. And I thought that was wrong. I still do. So I'm laying, I'm taking my afternoon nap. I'm old, okay? And I wake up and I said, I got something to say, especially as far as this is concerned, right? Especially as far as what the pearl thing has showed me and taught me is that we may not be ready for this moment. And we may not be ready to do what we need to do to save the black community as it's situated. What the fuck's wrong with you, man?
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me, BGS. Look, I understand you're
No, you don't
angry.
understand. You don't even tell you understand because you don't. Don't even start that.
Look, let me just say this, right?
I don't have to let you say shit. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, really? So what's what ask me up? So you
Huh?
can scream
Yes, I can scream. Yes.
and take a look at the panel? You know, BGS,
Well,
I
ain't nothing
literally
literally
will
what?
have our streams
It is you.
with feminists,
That's you.
divestors,
Why?
and I
Why?
have no problem.
Why?
Why? Because I know my
Why?
arguments are strong.
Why?
I can let them say all the arguments, and I know I'll win.
No, you
I don't need
win.
to mute people.
You know,
Everybody knows, hey, when Hammer goes live, you can hop on. I'll
Hey,
give you the
hey,
entire
hey,
floor,
do-
and I'll
do you
still
know-
win.
Do you know how to shut up? Do you know how to shut up?
Okay, go ahead. Tell me how great Just Play things is. Go ahead.
Huh? No. How what? What are you, dude? Wait a minute. Come on, man.
Tell me how much. Well, BGS,
No,
weren't you the one that said that the manosphere is trying to use Just Play things to, achieve things?
Yes.
That's retarded.
Why?
So you're telling me
No.
That-
No. Why? Not that you're telling me. No.
I'm gonna tell you why, right? Just Pearly Things is not gonna fight for black males' interests.
Why? It doesn't. The thing is, what is
She is a white woman. She's
Why?
not a part of your community.
Hammer. What are black males' interests? What is it? Name.
Black males. Well, based on my opinion, black males' interests by more like patriarchal privileges, right? Male rights.
What are male rights?
Child custody, stuff like that.
Child custody. What else?
Child custody. I would say schools mainly focus on black boys. Another thing that come
No, male interests. Okay, male interests. What is it? Okay, what is it?
male interests. I would say definitely custody, education. Schools that focus on education, scholarships, stuff like that.
What else? What else?
A positive male role models and stuff.
Yes.
I can list all that.
No. Keep going.
That's all I can think of right now, but I'm sure more can come later on.
Wait a minute. That's all you can think of. That means you're not versed in what black men and men really
Bruh.
want. Are you?
If you want, I can do an entire lot. Wow.
Wait. Are you? Because you should be able to list them, right?
Am I a PhD when it comes to male studies? No.
Well, then you don't know what you're talking about, sir. So
Because yes, I do. Because this conversation. Okay.
Now, you want me to tell you why she's important?
Yo. Okay, BGS, please tell me how a white woman who brought on Nick Fuentes is gonna push for black male interests, not male interests, because white men are their own thing. The same white men that rejected Just Play things.
Hey,
All right.
Stop. You asked the question, right?
Go ahead.
You're not here to pontificate because you sound like an idiot by doing it, okay?
So wow, BGS, is this
Yeah.
really?
Yes.
Really?
Now,
This is what you have?
Now sit down.
I'm
and shut
disappointed.
up. Now sit down.
I've lost social respect.
Well, sit down and shut up and listen. Because you haven't listened.
Okay. Tell me how a white female is gonna support us. Go ahead.
Okay. Number one, what is she fighting for? One, she's fighting for male rights, right? 80% of what black men want, okay, white men want. Who has the power to actually make that happen? Is it black males in any country, but outside of Africa? Is anyone?
So
Ask the question, yes or no. Okay, ain't no so.
Black males are the underclass in America,
No,
but
no. So who has the power to change the laws, sir?
well, more than likely white
No, hold
men.
on.
But
So who would they have to appeal to get the laws changed, right?
well, here,
Who,
here,
who,
here
who do you have to appeal to change the laws?
yes, you're gonna have to appeal to
So
major society. But here's the issue,
no, no,
BGS.
no, no,
Here's no.
listen.
She
Ain't
is
no,
being branded as a female Andrew Tate, man. What are you talking about?
who is Andrew Tate fighting for? Okay,
Andrew Tate is mainly fighting really for white men for the most
for
part.
white men. So in other words, if we get
And you
80%,
see how they're going after him.
so 80% of what white men want will help who? Will help who?
Well, in theory, black men, but white men have a long history of throwing you under the
I
bus.
don't care about that.
You don't care about the history of white men with black men?
See, there you go. Let me ask you, man. Where you from? Where you from?
You already know the answer, BGS. I'm not answering that question.
In other words, nigga. Okay,
This is just sad.
I can count 9
Mm-hmm.
generations of my people, my family being in this country. They came out of slavery. Did yours?
Oh, my family came out of colonization, but this conversation
No,
is
no,
not
no, no,
about
no,
your
no.
lineage.
Did your family come out of slavery?
No, my family's not African American descent, but that's BGS. Why are you picking the?
Did your mama pick cotton, nigga?
No, my mother did not pick cotton, but I support reparations,
My mother did. Okay.
and I'm sorry about that. But I'm not talking about your mother. So why are you bringing your mother's conversation?
Well,
Why are you bringing your parents?
Why do you think I do? Why do you think I do?
You tell me, BGS. I have respect for Black American history. So why are you bringing this conversation? I'm asking you, why can't you condemn or
In other words, nigga, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you didn't live this shit. I did.
BGS?
I
Are we?
lived. I lived Jim Crow. Did you?
No, but this conversation is not about Jim Crow.
What you're talking about?
No, this conversation is literally not. BGS, this is sad, BGS. I'm so disappointed.
Okay, well,
It's like
well then bye. You didn't disappoint it. Bye. Bye. If you're disappointed and that's all you got, bye. You don't know shit. Anyway, where was I? I'm disappointed. That's all you get. Oh, you sound like a male feminist. Oh, I'm so disappointed. I talked to the investors. Okay, I let them talk because they have a superior argument. The investors don't have an argument at all. That's their problem. Nobody. Black women have always divested, right? They weren't brought here to be your wives. Black women were not brought here to be with you. They're brought here to breed for white people. That's what they're brought here for. But you don't tell them that, do you? Because you don't know shit. So I ask you, what do black men want? What do they want? You name a couple things. Most of the stuff you name is education and scholarships because that's where you are. You might have named a little child support because that's obvious. Okay, there's other things. But the thing is, 83% of what was supposed to go to black men went to white women. Okay, that has to be clawed back. That's got to be clawed back. But the thing is, if as long as feminists run the roost, especially run your family, guess what? What's not going to happen. Okay, you're not going to get education for black boys. You're not going to get scholarships for black boys. Why? Because black women are not interested in giving it to you because they don't have to. So Miss Pearly thinks, whether we like her or not, she's there to swing that pendulum back the other way, halt the momentum, and push the pendulum back the other way. That's what she's there for. That's what she's going to do. That's why she's important, whether we like her or not, because they put her in the seat. We didn't put her in the seat. Those anti-feminist and right-wing people are going to put her in the seat, not us. Because they need to do that not for black men, but for white men and Asian men and all boys that are actually getting ready to do what? They're getting ready to quit on the system. That's their problem. What do you think laying flat or let it rot going on in China for? because this shit has gone too far, and everybody knows it. So they have to change policy. And like it or not, black men are not going to change policy. The black manosphere is not going to change policy by itself. It's not going to happen. That's why I don't have any problem with Pearl. The thing is, somebody that wasn't raised in this system, whose parents weren't raised in this system, has no clue to what the system is. Because that's not your mother and father. That's not your grandmother or your great grandmother, and all the other things that get passed down through the female line. I have to deal with the gynocracy every day on both sides of the family. I have to hear people complain about the goddamn gynocracy because they think that they have the right to rule over black men. They do. But the thing is, what I actually came on to actually talk about is not about Miss Pearly thing or kissing Miss Pearl's ass or whatever they try to throw on us, because you so-called pro-blacks all of a sudden got your black card. Martin Luther King would have never went in on this. Okay, he'd let this go because it's not important. And having a purity test, is it calls it, or a loyalty test as I call it. Okay, all you're going to do is divide your ranks, which maybe it does mean to divide it. Maybe the people that are blue pill ciphers that really want to go back into the matrix, maybe they should get shaken out. Maybe they should. I was just thinking that maybe people that really don't like the manosphere or that think they can change the manosphere, maybe they should get shaken out. Man, well, Hammer, I tell you what, man, why don't you go have a nice life? Okay. Why don't you go have a nice life, man? I'm gonna go ahead and hide you. Okay. Why don't you go have a nice life? All right. Because that's what you believe. You never even had a woman, much less a white one or whatever color one you want. Because the black manosphere encompasses all these groups. You're talking about a white woman, SYSBM, and a whole bunch of other people. Man, half the Z's date out. Half the Z's date out already. What are you talking about? Anyway. Now y'all get your chance to have your say. But the thing is, what I want to say is what Pearlie has shown me, especially in this sector, and there's been people on both sides that said is that the black community, as it is constituted, uh, constituted, cannot be saved. And uh, I felt the same way. It probably can't be saved because um, the powers that be, the society decided that they want admixture. They want to get rid of this problem. They've been trying to get rid of this problem for 130 years. They want to get rid of this problem. They had always planned to admix black people into the family of Americas. They've been saying that for years. They started to do it in earnest in 1945, almost 80 years ago. That's how come the first thing that that Eisenhower did when he first got it is integrate the schools. Why? You start the integration of schools, you start the admixture process. That's what they did to the Native Americans. Integration of schools. They sent Native American kids, took them from their villages, put them in front of white teachers in a white setting, and socialized them to be white. 60 years later, there are virtually no Native Americans left. They had all married out. They had all gone elsewhere. Right? That's the plan that they want for black folks. It's a little harder because of our skin color, but slowly but surely, that's what's happening. And them being able to admix in mixed settings, okay, then that causes competition. And that's what I was talking to Shay Sade about, when I was on with her. Black women for so long have had a monopoly on black men so they could act any way they want to act. They could be mean, they could be rude, they could be violent, they could be whatever it is. Black men had to put up with it because they were the only choice. And up until millennials, they were the only choice. Millennials are the first group of black men to have choice in mates. I mean, real choice. Even though, yeah, you're gonna have the occasional kerfuffle about a black man being with a white woman, where it's violent. But now that is waning to where you have uh, white families, white parents having mixed grandchildren and being fine with it. You have Latinas coming in. You have Latinos coming in, mixing in with the black folks. You have Asians mixing in with the black folks. So it's forming what the community, what society wants to call people of color. And the only thing that I saw that could actually stop this or actually impede this was black women actually competing for their men, actually changing their mating strategies, actually changing the strategies they had to marry and intermarry. Okay, because for the most part, black men don't ask for very much. For the most part, out of all the groups of men on the planet, the group of men that ask for the least from their women are probably black men. So black women had to at least give some ground. But the thing is, they may not. And basically with Pearl, it looks like they may not, or they may not be able to do it fast enough. So what I'm saying is this experiment to get black women back to the table, um, and negotiate and find out what was wrong with both of us and trying to figure out a way to we can actually come back together. Maybe that's failed. And maybe what it did was open up old wounds because now instead of figuring out how we can get back together, we're fighting. And they assume that they have more power than they are. Like all the women that were tangential to the black manosphere, instead of defending us, they started mommying us. They started accusing us of being with a white woman when we weren't. And instead of showing loyalty, okay, uh, they showed authority. And that kind of saddened me because I thought we had gone farther than that. I thought Kevin had kind of softened them up. I thought Kevin had gotten to the point where they understood us, and I guess that's not the case. And I have to take that L. I thought the moment that we stepped into, the moment with COVID and the economy and where it's going, would actually soften them up and said, okay, we need to rethink how we deal with our men. Now, some do. I'm not saying it's all. Now, some do. Some do. But it's not enough. And I don't think it'll be um, long enough. And some of the women that I thought that understood us, and this is what saddens me, that understood us actually turned around and pointed fingers at us and accused us. And talked about, well, I guess we're going to go back to the other side because with the divestors and all the swirlers and stuff like that that don't like us because you basically, we come over and said, you Negroes are wanting. You niggas ain't shit. So guess what we going to do? Okay. And I think maybe that's for the best. Maybe that's for the best. Maybe they should go back. Maybe they should go to the other side. Maybe we should go ahead and get this divorce and let the tide of history and let the thing of history actually come in and actually do what? Go ahead and have its moment. Maybe it can't be saved. Maybe it should get blend into something else. Maybe the 300-year-old culture we call ADOS culture or black or Negro culture, as I call it, because that's the proper name. Maybe it should dissolve and disappear with all this dysfunctions, with all the hatred that goes towards it. Okay, I guess black people are tired of being the designated underclass. And maybe if you do blend into, and a lot of white people have said that, if you blend into a superstructure, maybe you won't be underclass anymore. So maybe black women don't want to do this. They don't. If they can't, if they'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven. And maybe that's it. You know, Blackistan, as they call it, maybe they can't rule Blackistan. So maybe it should disappear because they always accuse Blackistan of being black men, and it's not. Blackistan is ruled by black women. You go look at it. You go look at the worst ghettos in the nation, right? Or black ghettos in the nation. You find single mothers. 87, 80, 90% single mothers that depend on the government, which is what Clark said back in 65. Okay, 64, 65 in his book Dark Ghetto. He said that is what he called the pathology, and the tangle of pathology that was going to put his tentacles into the middle class and upper middle class was actually going to drag the black community down, and it did. You know, it started in the 70s. Crack put it on steroids when they started sending black men to jail and putting women on the street corners. And then the 90s with intersectional feminism, where women thought they were superior, and then Bill Clinton increased child support and gave them all these goodies to actually become independent women. And guess what? Voila. Maybe so. Maybe they think it's their moment to rule. And do black men want to be ruled? I don't know. I don't think so. And so maybe this thing is this tangle of pathology that's weaved its way through the black community. It's taking its victim. Okay, maybe it is. You look at what's going on with Megan Thee Stallion being in the White House, and our vice president singing Cardi B, on tape, and thinking nothing of it. Yeah, you think of Michelle Obama, mommy, and the president of the United States. That is what they call the tangle of pathology. That's who we are. And do black men want that to be who they are? And I'm thinking younger black men don't. They don't want to be designated stepdads or designated cleanup men. They don't. And maybe they want to feel joy and happiness in being honored instead of being talked to, instead of being shamed. Okay, instead of black women projecting their angst and the inferiority complex and their neediness and their jealousy onto black men. Maybe black men are getting tired of that. And maybe they should. And I think they should. And that's why I think that Pearlie was a test, was a litmus test. Okay. In the face of this woman being thrown on you, will black women come in and defend you? Say, hey, no, they said that they're not effing with this woman. They're not fucking with this woman. And we believe them. Did they do that? No. They took the word, not even evidence, the word of a few people, and they rode with it. And it spread. And once they started going off, then you had other men that have that chip, that Winter Soldier chip in their head, go off. And it spread. And now what you have is this split. And maybe it's a good thing. Maybe we needed to know who the Winter Soldiers were. So if they spoke the words and activated chip, now they expose themselves. Now they have to come out and scream and holler because they can't hide it anymore. Now we know who you are. Because you're not worried about the mission. You're not worried about what we can do for black men and boys. We're not worried about whether we like this woman or not. Can she help us? And if she's speaking male truth for better families, relief from divorce, relief from child support, relief from false paternity, all the stuff that we want, all the stuff that we like, male privileges for men that we have been denied by feminists, all the stuff that we want. Is it everything? No. Do they care about having an independent school for black boys? No. Even Richard Reeves, he kind of walks that line, right? Because for white boys, it may not be as necessary. For black boys, it's essential. But the thing is, at least we can actually start the conversation. Because you see the need, you have to see the need because you see it for your own men and for your own boys. And we're further down on that path. So we can actually apply for, hey, you look, you white boys agree with the gynocracy, because one thing I heard Nick Fuentes say, he actually mentioned the gynocracy, so he knows what's happening to his culture. So basically, that tangle pathology got out of the black community, which is something they said in the Hong Conference in 1890. This will actually get out and actually infect the rest of the culture. So the tangle pathology is actually infected. Look at the Kardashians, right? What sells now? Hold them, right? It's got the tangle pathology has gotten into white culture and spread to them. Now they have to do something about it. And now that they have to do something about it, we have a mic, we have a voice. Okay, we have the ears of people. And Pearlie is just one tool, okay? One little tool in the toolbox, and a small one. And the black women have allowed that to be blown out of proportion, as they do, just like Passport Bros. One little small tool in the toolbox. That's what they did. They took Passport Bros from a hashtag to international prominence just by being loud, which is fine. So they give you another mic just by being loud. Now, Passport Bros has reached escape velocity where white men are actually claiming Passport Bros and willing to do what? Rally and fight and stand up for what? Stuff that we need. Do we have to like them? No. We have to love them, have to, break bread with them? Perhaps, but I don't know. We don't have to. The thing is, they want, we want what they want, and they want what we want, and we have the mic. So what do you do with the moment since we have the mic? Since they have to get their cues from us because they don't know what to do. Why do you think the man not was in Richard Reeve's book? Because they don't know what to do. But we were raised in this, like Bane said. Okay, you're in the darkness. I was born in the darkness. We were born in the matriarchy. We were born in the gynocracy. Okay, you just got here. But Pearl is actually showing the rifts and the divides and all the fissures that are in the black community. Okay, and especially with the women, because all they needed was a white woman. Now they don't mind taking grants and loans in political positions from white women. Okay, they don't mind even the feminists, they don't mind uh applauding white women swirling, black women swirling and having white husbands. But to but the picture of Pearl talking to black people, okay, on a panel, on a general panel, which those black women who are not American signed up to go on and be there day after day, week after week. They don't attack the black women that actually come on the panel and do that. No, because it's not about that. It's about the optics of supposedly black men choosing a white woman over them. This is just jealousy for the most part, which is vagina politics for the most part. It has nothing to do slavery and all that kind of stuff. Before she even mentioned it, they have Nick Fuentes up, it was already an issue. Had already been brought up. And you had black men, certain content creators playing upon that, calling her the woman king. Now, could black women have looked at it and said that's not true because we don't see it? No, they didn't. Because they wanted to believe it. Because they want to believe that we love white women the way they love black men, the way they love white men, I should say. The way they worship white men, they think we worship white women the same way. It's not true. But no matter how much you tell them, they're not going to believe you because in their worldview, in their heart of hearts, they don't believe that. They believe that we think the way they do. And what it actually reveals is that that's who they are. It's not who we are. And is that enough to hold the black community together? I'm starting to believe that it's not. Anyway, I've been talking for 45 minutes, and I don't want to be here all day. Man, who cares what Six the Goddess says? Man, Six the Goddess is a stripper, okay? And she's here because she's here for the money. And that's what a lot of people, a lot of women don't understand. Okay, um, this they're here because you guys want to hear what they have to say, and they're here because the majority of black men do not want to give up on their women. I would say at least 70% don't want to give up on their women. They don't. Obsidian, no matter what you think about him, no matter what you think about what he does or how he cares about his business or him being in with Pearlie, he honestly wants black women and black men to get together. He does. He doesn't want to see black men with white women. He doesn't. He said that from the very beginning. He wants to force. He's willing to force black women to come back to the table and as he calls horse trade with their men. Hey, I got this. You got that. I'm giving this. You got that. Come back and let's make this shit happen. That's been Obsidian from the very beginning. But that's one of the reasons why the table exists is because the Obsidian wanted it. He didn't want to give up on black women or the black community or the community as he calls it. He wanted to reform it. He didn't want to give up on it. Still doesn't. Still doesn't. That's why he's on their ass all the time, holding up the mirror about black female fuckery. He's holding up a mirror. Hey, get your ass together. That's what it's about. It's not about anything else. What is being demonstrated is, hey, maybe they can't change, man. It's not. Maybe it's not even a won't. Okay, most is they won't change. Maybe they can't. 12, 15 generations of that stuff being baked in, and basically the 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 Z's are worse than their mothers. Have a worse attitude where they're not only fighting black men but killing them. They're not getting better; they're getting worse. I don't know, but I'll go ahead and drop the link, and y'all can get in. But I just wanted to say that, you know. But you got people like Hammer is trying to take advantage of it. I talk to divestors, dude. You don't even have sex. Why would you talk to a divestor that you have no interest in that? Well, I'm talking about racism, dude. Your parents came from the continent. You have no clue what racism is. You came up at a time where I came up at a time where I was bused to white schools with every 3 months they scrawled nigger, on the walls. You had to face that getting off the bus coming in. He never saw that. I grew up at a time when there's certain parts of town you knew that you couldn't walk in, or if you wander from the campus during lunch, okay, cops would stop you because they didn't want you there. You never faced that. I saw some of my schoolmates, when over there where there was one black family. This happened because he had enough money. One black family, for years in that part of town. One black family. I was the only black kid on my basketball team. Okay, on my park league team, the only one. A lot of classes I sat in, I was the only one. When it was science and math, so even at a mixed school, bus mixed school, right, with elite kids, because most of the kids that went to my school were elite. They were doctors, lawyers, and entertainers kids, 100 octane, okay, elite kids, and I'd be the only kid in certain classes, only black kid. I know what it's like to be the only. He doesn't. Wasn't raised like that. That's why I get upset about Africans come over talk about racism. You have no clue what racism is. Okay, like I said, your mom, you don't know the stories of Jim Crow. I do, from my grandmother, from my aunts, from my mother, from my father's side. Okay, when they got a bathtub instead of a number 10 pail, they could actually we had running water. Actually take a bath. I remember pictures like that. So like I said, Emmett Till is not something that I have to think about. Is read a book and get upset about because I know what happened. Okay, I know why it happened. I know the dangers of that because guess who just warned you about that kind of stuff? Your mother, because she saw it happen to the men around them. Anyhow, drop this link and stop rambling. But that's what I wanted to say. And this how come this Pearly thing disappoints me. And I'm more disappointed in the men than I am the women. The women I knew were actually going to react, and I'm disappointed by the men that actually pushed this issue to the women and made them react and made this split and made all this noise. Got your camera on it? You all right? Okay.
Yeah, I'm about to ask a dumbass question, so y'all need to forgive me real quick.
Uh-huh.
Yo, I got a dusty ass computer that I'm working on for my brother. Is it okay if I put a vacuum cleaner to this shit, or is that go fuck up?
Yeah, no. A vacuum cleaner is fine. I would say a blower would probably be better if you could take it outside, blow the
Who
dust
the
out.
fuck I'm dealing with?
But a vacuum is fine. Yeah, it's not gonna hurt anything.
I mean,
Only
this
thing
nigga, this shit just basically
only thing
said,
that hurt is water. Okay, one thing you know, water.
"Oh,
Air's
well,
fine.
come on, man."
Yeah, air's
You
fine. Use
literally smacked me in the face. This shit was like, like,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah. A vacuum's fine. A blower is better, but a vacuum's fine.
I told this nigga talking about, see, there's a child. Let's say you broke ass motherfucker. This is 2011.
Yeah,
That's an old ass computer.
it is old.
That's an
Yeah.
old ass
No,
computer.
I'm actually about to put an SSD drive in here and upgrade the RAM because it's actually a strong computer. I said,
And 2011, yeah, strong is relative, but yeah.
well, for him. But anyway, he tried to say it was for moms at first. I said, then I'll buy that. No, not really, man. I said, yeah, you dumbass. Anyway, on this topic, yo, man. I've been telling you these bitches couldn't be saved, but you know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna say it. I would say you're the 40% of men that said they can't be saved. You were.
So, and I mean, was it worth like putting it out there and trying? Absolutely. I mean, it ain't like we had anything to lose. I mean, because a lot of these dudes need to see that. But the thing, because I was wondering where you was going with this at first, and I'm working on this. I'm not, and obviously Gigi's in here. I want to get his opinion. By the way, I'm gonna say this too. For all y'all anti-manosphere folks, y'all motherfuckers, and I need to share the other PhDs more than I do. To be fair, I do share Dr. Tia Stein Johnson, but I do share Ronald. I need to share Green Gorilla more. But none of these dudes be really sharing the PhDs. Whether they sound, and you can't say that the PhDs sound like lames either. So it's kind of like y'all people always love to talk about what folks ain't doing or receipts people ain't showing. But when it comes to folks that are speaking for your stuff and they're doing it with the information, with the knowledge, and a lot of the and like shit, Ronald and Green Gorilla, you can't say they ain't got no street in their voice. You know, same thing with for the dudes that act like that's required. Same thing with Dr. T because he show his face. Hey, they ain't doing nothing. They've grown despite that. And that's why I share a lot of people because I try to create that habit for other folks of saying we're supposed to be a network. So you don't have to fucking like me, but there's people that actually are leading the charge on these things in a way that I'm not. I'm just talking shit and giving context to it. But that's the type of shit that tells me who a lot of these people are. The second thing, it is 2023 and we still talking about you cooning because you don't get no pussy.
Yeah.
You got 50-year-olds saying that. You got dudes that are 45 saying that. Dudes with no kids. I ain't got kids, but dudes niggas with no kids.
Yeah.
It's like if you love these bitches so much, why ain't you put a baby in them yet? At least that, because you don't want to be in a situation that you can't remove them if you need to, because you get it. You know what we're talking about. And as far as the women, and I'll leave it with this. Look, I gave them the good, honest try, the will see. But as soon as they started talking that, you know, well, we gonna go on with the women, I'm like, look, that'd be a great movie. I would love to see that. You go over there with them chicks, that's gonna be the third best Alien since the second one. Because that's exactly what's gonna happen. They gonna let you go onto their ship. They gonna make sure that you can't reconstitute your audience again, and they go eat your ass. If for nothing else, a lot of y'all look too good. You think most of them chicks are not attractive like that? They not about to let you go over there and then get their audience as well as the dudes that they can't say. And the way they're gonna do it is they're gonna make you say stuff you can't take back. They're gonna make you use the word nigger. They're gonna make you call other women mammy. They're gonna make sure you gotta commit.
You gotta shorten it up to it because I
all right. So at the end of the day, I want them out of here. And as far as these dudes, hey, yeah, we need a purge. I say this and I am done. I am tired of the dudes that are half in, half out. People are allowed to have their opinions, but when those opinions cross the line into attacking the space as a whole, that's out of bounds. Like, you either part of the space or you not. And really, folks like that need to be rooted out. And situations like this should be used as a way of rooting those folks out. And I mean, for real, for real. I'm done. Appreciate it.
All right. Who's next?
Quick question, BJS. Yeah, two things. Your conversation with Hammer earlier, I was just shocked how he just basically wanted to listen to debunk rather than listen to understand. Yeah. That's my base. So a couple things. I got a Nigerian friend, and know this guy from I was in college right there. And so one of the things he said recently to me that shocked me. It's taking him a long time to understand what we call the Black American experience. So going through years, and he always had this argument. So last thing he said is shocked me. He told me colonialism was just as bad as slavery. He said it wasn't. He said it wasn't worse. It's just as bad. When I look to think about that, I'm not an expert on colonialism, but I took umbrage with that. I'm listening, sir.
Well, but did you ask why they sold us in the first place?
I did not, sir. I was still just thinking about processing what he said. Okay, why they sell? In other words,
we didn't get on those boats by ourselves. Okay.
So a dude that said that, no, it wasn't. That's really grounds to get smacked across your face to even say that. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about somebody with. Yeah. So I'm just letting you know. Anybody that say that shit, anybody that say that shit, they full of shit.
Well, they are, but the thing is, they don't understand because they're not from here. We have to have a little grace. Okay.
And by the last thing, hey yo, tell them we were bred the next time they say that and see what they say.
He knows that. He knows that because he's basically following Black Man's for long, just like you are. It's just like it's just this disconnect. Now, excuse my ignorance, sir, BJS, but like all the shit that happened in Africa with South Africa like that. How are y'all not hit the white people by now? How? I'll shut up and listen, sir. I'm listening.
In other words, basically, okay, they depopulated their continent, right? Of labor and protection. That's what happened. So what happened to them? Hey, it was on them. You know, they went too far. They got greedy because the money was good.
Okay.
Wait, when you say they, who are you talking about, BGS? Because some of the people act like they don't know.
In other words, the groups of Africans that went in, because slavery is still common in Africa. We don't mark it as that, but it still goes on, right? So basically, they went too far with it. Their brand of slavery is different than white colonial slavery. But the thing is, they just started people to be sold. We sell people all the time, no big deal. Okay. So that's how come the Spanish and the Portuguese and even the English went there, because they knew there were people there to be bought. They didn't go steal them. In fact, the Spanish, if you go back and look at the Spanish in what we call Mexico now, they didn't want to actually spend money to actually go to Africa and buy slaves. They didn't, because they cost too much according to them.
That sounds just like white people, BGS. That guilt.
Two things, sir. I'm
sorry. What I'm saying, it's not even guilt. The thing is, it's just economics. Okay, real quick, two things, and then we're gonna go to somebody else. Go ahead.
Okay, I saw you said you referenced the depopulation of Africa. There's an interesting movie called Racism in the American Church, where they had an animated map showing the transatlantic slave trade and the other slave that went all around the world right there, and they showed the population of Africa dwindling down. I said, "Oh shit, BGS was right." Fuck.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, what I'm saying, that being black pill has its advantages, right? Because once I got all the emotion and the anger and hatred out of it, I said, okay, let me look at it as just being business, man. And once you look at it as just being business, it starts to make sense. It's, you can still be mad about it. You still say that it was tragic and be hurt about it. But the thing is, at the end of the day, what was the real reason they actually did this? It wasn't out of hatred. It's how to make money, how to take advantage of people. That's what they did. Okay, what's your last thing?
I forgot, man. I'm still trying to process all the stuff you're giving me so far. So I forgot. I'll come back later.
What me? That's why I brought the PhDs in, because I have blind spots, man. They read way more books and taught such shit I have never even heard of. Right? That's why I brought him
Mhm.
in, because I wanted to learn myself. That's why I
Okay.
brought people like Gigi in, because I wanted to learn. I wanted
Understand.
to pick his brain because he knows the shit that he knows I could never know. I mean, I can't
That's why
go
we
back
all here. Yeah.
20 years and read all the goddamn books that he read and the knowledge that's still in his head that he hasn't even revealed yet. There's
Mhm.
stuff in his head that he don't even know about, but it's there.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I know about that. I say, yeah, that's why I picked your brain. Okay.
I want to say
Talk
before
to me about
I'm
it.
sorry, sir. Yeah,
Real quick.
you know what? I want to say one more thing. Thank you for helping basically create this space, because it's something we never had before. Doing something, you bring in the PhD, this space we can actually talk and actually learn something. So I really appreciate it. I'm giving you your flowers, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, you give the flowers to the PhDs too, man, because they ain't got to be here. And
Okay.
they take great risk by having their black asses in this space, man, because the academy does not like it one little bit. Okay, they don't.
I can imagine.
So
Well, I
you
donate to
got
TGS,
really.
TSON, and Green Grill all the
Okay.
time.
I'm glad. And you keep doing it because, like I said, they're here because they love us. They're not here because they're trying to really make money. They're here because they love us. Because they're black men, and
Okay.
they see themselves in us. But who's next? That wants to jump
Thank
in?
you, sir.
I'll go next. So Black. So these. So some of these sisters want to team up with the divestors, huh? Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Let them go. Let them
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
As Ed correctly pointed out, some of them are prettier than them sisters, and that's not going to fly with them. So let them go. Let them go.
Well, that's fine. The thing is, basically, I'm black pill, man. What I want is the truth. Okay.
Yeah.
Who are you and why are you here? And if it comes out that you're not here for the reason that you say you are, I'm happy to find out. So
Yep.
Same.
And as you said, part of me wants to say black woman, but ways looking now.
It's not so much saving the black woman herself, right? It's about, do you want a black community the way it has been constituted for the last 200-300 years? You want that, and you can't do that without your women, and you can't do that without your women being in tune with you. And over the last 30 years, where black men said that we don't like this deal anymore. We don't like being servants in our own house. Okay. And at some point, and we have a choice now. Okay, so why should we choose you? And the thing is, and that's sad. I think that's sad. But your own women don't want to even treat you better than somebody else. That's sad to me.
Yeah, and then they want to accuse us of sucking up to some white woman, and I'm barely watching.
Hey man, can I speak? Can I say something?
Go ahead, Gigi.
I don't want to be here too long, but
you got the floor.
So look, everybody's up in arms about the white woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
The white woman this, the white woman that. Mm-hmm. My whole thing is, well, where were y'all voices when white women hijacked the civil rights movement and took all the shit out of all black people's mouths? Mm-hmm. Y'all didn't say shit then. It wasn't too much conversation about white women right then. Okay.
Yeah.
What happened to the conversation when y'all decided to start aping and mimicking and Xeroxing white women's talking points, and it became all about sex and shit as opposed to race?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So, like it's to me, it's like, okay, the categories from the 64 Civil Rights Act, basically it opened up a pathway for people to gain positions and money. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's like the Homestead Act. That's what the shit is. It's like a new version of the Homestead Act. Okay. So everybody's clamoring to fit or find a way to fit into the category so they can get a piece of the pie. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now we already know that the primary beneficiaries of the Civil Rights Act are white women when they became declared a minority.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, where was all of the conversation about how fucked up that was, how wrong it was, how we're not going to stand for that shit at that moment? Okay. So now we're dealing with the rhetoric of white women, and it's based upon like their victimization and how they're being abused and how they're being subjected to sexual assault and how they've been, ostracized and marginalized as it pertains to rights and their ability to participate in civil society. They've been kind of partitioned off and forced to, labor in the domestic sphere and all of this. Man, look, at the end of the day, nobody objected to these motherfuckers coming in and taking over what was supposed to be relegated to us as a demographic. But the reason why is because, let's just face it, let's just be honest about this. People who fit into the categories in a a multivalent way, meaning like double jeopardy kind of way. Like I fit more than one box. I'm black. I'm a woman. I'm gay. I'm handicapped. There's resources there, and so people are using identity politics as a means by which to garner what I consider it to be corporate-based patronage or government-based patronage. This is not what like Bayard Rustin and A. Philip Randolph and what Martin Luther King Jr. had in mind when they were talking about like labor issues. This is a whole different game. This is about how can I be a token? How can I get some chitlins, some pig feet, some fucking hog maws? No, I'm just talking about white women in general, right? Now, this is the fucked up thing. You got a whole bunch of black women, black men, included. We send our kids to the public school system primarily to learn at the feet of who?
White women.
So, I mean, we fucking basically leave the education, the early childhood development of our children to fucking white women. There are a million Pearlies in American culture, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I ain't talking about one or two of them motherfuckers here and there, sporadically interspersed, like speckled here and there. They're fucking everywhere, man. They fucking educate our children.
Yeah.
Where's your protest about Becky's and Karen's and Pearlies all over the fucking country sending our kids off to goddamn prison when they fucking, basically putting them on a track to go to prison or fucking on drugs like methamphetamine is basically what fucking, the drug is that they're giving our kids.
Yeah.
That's what fucking Ritalin is. It's a form of fucking speed. Okay? So the whole point is they drugging our kids, they fucking being draconian with punishment with our kids, and they fucking dumbing down our kids. You can see the product is you got kids who can't fucking read and write. Okay? They can't fucking do arithmetic, especially black boys. So where's all the protests of these white bitches? Excuse my French, pardon my French.
No, this is one of those strains, man.
Where is all of your you talking about one bitch, one Pearly. We're talking about a system full of fucking Pearlies. And when we talk about it, motherfuckers like, oh, well, you can't really be speaking on you talking about victimization and you need to John Henry and get yourself out of it. Look, all we trying to say is, man, look, this is bigger than one individual. We're talking about a system that cranks out Pearlies all fucking day, every day. Okay? It's Pearlies all over this motherfucker. Pearlies in government. Pearlies in the classroom. Pearlies at the, like the DMV. Pearlies at the motherfucking corporate office that you work at. They're fucking everywhere. And who knows what viewpoints and what positions they take on a whole multiplicity of issues. You don't fucking know. But one thing I do know is they damn sure ain't too fucking wholesome because they really, let's just face it. How many white bitches just are coming to a hood or a neighborhood near you trying to intersect and intervene and trying to interact with your motherfucking ass on a daily basis?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just keeping it a buck here, man. So you want to talk about Pearly? I understand motherfuckers got their asses all up in the air about Pearly. I mean, I get it. Okay, I understand. But damn, it's Pearlies all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
So why? Yeah. So where's the angst, the anger, the indignation?
And you talk people like this. They're typical. It's not unusual.
These motherfuckers are everywhere. And look, conservatives are everywhere in this country. Okay? Like, I mean, I'm talking about Make America Great Again, conservatives. And now you got black folks on some Blexit shit trying to find ways to, tie up and partner up. It's strange bedfellows. I'm not saying, hey, you can't do it, but I'm just like, damn. We already know the history of these motherfuckers on the right. Like, it ain't no strange secret that they harbor racist attitudes and sentiments. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not to say that the liberals are better, but the whole point is, come on, man. Like, at the end of the day, stop fucking just having this sensationalist outrage about one white woman who interviewed one white boy who was a racist on her fucking show. Like, what does that have to do with us? What does that have to do with what we're trying to achieve and what we're actually trying to accomplish as a whole?
Yeah.
All I'm talking, what I want is justice. I don't give a fuck about what the fuck Pearly talking about. I care about justice across the board for black men and women. It ain't, but if they're only going to utilize the language, the discourses, the narratives of white women as victims, as written out of the social contract, when you got race and slavery and colonialism, which were these are big fucking goddamn instances of injustice. Like sex it's a drop in the bucket when it pertains to motherfuckers being put in shackles and chains and transported on fucking slave ships and worked until they fucking die from sea to sea for centuries. It's a difference, man. They weren't forced to do no shit like that, but now they get all the benefits of it, okay? And now y'all are outraged at one bitch. I'm outraged at all of them. I got a problem with all these motherfuckers.
But what the issue is, they want to sit here.
Let me respond to this, because I got to get going.
No, you cannot butt the line, sir. Okay, you can respond when I tell you can respond. Okay.
What nobody wants to say is black women allowed themselves to be used to create cover to do the stuff that you were talking. The white women to do what they were doing, and black women willingly did that. They weren't tricked. They thought they would get some shit. They didn't. And all of this control stuff is designed to cover that up. I'm done.
Okay, so here's the deal, man.
Mm-hmm.
Because white women were able to get it, qua being women, black women, qua being women, white women as women were able to get shit from the Civil Rights Act. Now, if white women gonna get it, if white women say, I want it, Johnny, damn it, Johnny gonna make sure she got access to it to some degree, especially before Tyrone get it or Shaniqua get it. Mm-hmm. Or Fannie Mae or whoever the fuck it is. They gonna make sure that them white women get it before your black ass get it, or your daughter get it, or your mama or your sister get it. It just is the way it's the pecking order of the country according to racial hierarchy. Okay?
So Dr. Gigi, you're right, but you're misrepresenting what the women are saying, though. Just a bit.
I'm not giving a fuck about what women are saying, dog. This the shit. See, look.
But I'm saying, but you're misrepresenting what they're saying within the black manosphere, because they're not saying that, well, Miss Pearly is the problem per se. What they're saying is these hoe ass niggas within the black, excuse my language, within the black manosphere are siding up with her and turning their backs on black women.
You know what? Well, then, if that's what they believe, then they need to go.
How about fuck you? How about that?
So look.
Well, why though? Why?
Look,
why would they go? Why would you want them to go?
I mean, we can have this conversation after Gigi leaves.
Hold on. Yeah, we can. Let Gigi finish.
So look, man. First of all, let me just be frank. Mm-hmm. I don't watch black women content creators that are supposed to be in the manosphere. I don't fucking watch them. I don't like. I've heard of them. Like I've heard of Six Goddess. I've heard of Jessica X. I've heard of Danica Marie. She from St. Louis. God bless the homie, or whatever the case may be. Mm-hmm. Okay. No. Okay. So they make content. But I don't watch that shit because I don't look. The part of the game that they talk about to me is unimportant. Why? Because I'm not. If I want to fuck a bitch, excuse my language. If that's what I'm on, it's easy for me to do, just based off my fucking aesthetics. It is what it is. So I don't have to go through all them goddamn hoops to get a piece of ass. Okay. What I have a problem with is the laws. We've been talking about the policies, the laws, the way that the system is orchestrated. I don't give a fuck about what they're talking about. So if they want to kick rocks, good. Like that's what BGS said when pigeons cry. Bye. What the fuck? Y'all ain't really doing shit but milking the game anyway. And then you got a whole bunch of motherfucking simp ass, trick ass niggas that's just feeding off money to them because they like to have their dick stroke. But they ain't even really getting their dick stroke. They're getting their ego stroke by hearing something that they want to hear. So at the end of the day, I really could give a fuck less. I mean, not to be disrespectful to them. I mean, the game is the game. So you can't stop people from creating content on YouTube, okay? Or from them declaring that, okay, here are the issues that I'm speaking to. You can't really stop that. I mean, it's a free space. It's a free country, right? Where the First Amendment is something that you can exercise. So at the end of the day, you can't stop them from saying shit. But if all of a sudden they saying they going to fuck with divestors, like, okay, well, go ahead and fuck with them then. But I mean, if that's the case, then you flip-flopping. You all around. You're not consistent in act and speech. What motherfuckers need is no integrity in the shit then.
Great point.
I'm just saying this. When I do content, I don't look up keywords on Google or see what the fuck is trending on YouTube in order to make a video. I speak on what the fuck I think is something that needs to be talked about at that moment. I don't fucking ride the trend train. A lot of these people are riding the trend train in order to get super chats, members, and to get likes and subscribers and shit like that. To me, that ain't what the game is about. The game is about, okay, what issues are pertinent and relevant for men to be informed on how to attain justice in their fucking everyday lives, whether they be at the corporate level or they be at the blue collar level, or if they on some Pookie or Ray Ray shit. Because we all black men at the end of the goddamn day. Okay? So I really am not attuned to what a whole bunch of bitches is talking about. Excuse my language. I'm just not in tune to what they fucking talking about. About shaking ass, whether it's about relationship shit, who cares, bro? I personally don't give a fuck about it. I said when I first came into space, if you got girl problems, I feel bad for you. But I got 99 problems. A bitch ain't one of them. Not in that regard. It's the easiest thing in America to do is to get a piece of ass. It's just so easy to do because everybody's so loose. It's not like the sexual mores. It's like they got a movie coming out, right? A documentary, Freaknik. That's how you give the pussy
Oh
up.
boy,
it's been that way for a long time. Yeah.
It's like they just give it up, like bust it wide open. Just this shit's all over the culture. It's everywhere. So the easiest thing to do is to have sex. But the problem is, can you build a family in this cultural environment? It's difficult. I'm not saying you can't do it. It's just difficult as fuck to do. Okay?
Yeah.
And not only that, I'm just like, okay, well, what's happening with the accusations about men being violent, abusive, sexist, and all this shit? Like, come on, man. What about us? What about the shit that's happening to us? You think we don't suffer from the same forms of abuse that they're complaining about? But nobody really actually gives a fuck about looking at the empirical data and the evidence to see what the fuck is happening to us. And when they see it right in their eyes for their face, they still don't give a fuck. They find a way to either dismiss it, to ignore it, or to find a way to make a profit off the shit they goddamn self. Just like them chicks from Black Lives Matter, man. They went and fucking cashed out, got that 90 mil to 100. The motherfuckers made damn near $1/10 billion, man.
Yeah.
And fucking went and bought some motherfucking beachfront property, and now they drinking motherfucking what they call that shit? Mimosas and shit. eating finger food. Talking about,
eating something else too, but I'll leave that.
but I'm just saying, my whole thing is we can't just start tripping on one white woman. We got to talk about the whole system of white women. And then like your basically complacency in feeding white women and not saying protesting or saying anything about the shit that they've done as a whole, as a class. Now you want to talk about one white chick? What about all them motherfuckers that historically just, what about them hijacking the goddamn shit that was a portion for us in the 60s? You ain't got shit to say about that. You ain't saying shit when you send them off to the schools. You ain't saying shit when you go to work with these motherfuckers. You ain't saying shit when they send your son to detention and suspend his motherfucking ass from school, or your daughter for wearing fucking extensions or whatever the fuck. You ain't saying shit to Becky and Pearly then. Now all of a sudden, all them it's like monkeys and shit, excited and shit in the motherfucking zoo about goddamn Pearly. Like she toys like Jane and shit.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Real quick.
All right, can I jump in when you
real quick, because we gave the floor to the PhD. So
definitely. That's why I'm gonna step. Yeah, I was gonna come in at the end. I'll wait till you're done.
But okay. I'm done, man. Like, look. All I can say is I don't want to be here. I want to soak up all the conversation and take it all to myself. But I'm saying, if one white woman has got everybody upset. Now I know it's a lot of conservatives in the space, and sometimes they say some things that to me I get taken aback by myself, given my understanding of politics and race in the United States. I am sometimes taken aback by some of the things that said. Okay, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to just disavow myself from the space and then start saying everybody within it is all, I'm gonna like pigeonhole everybody in the black manosphere. Like what you want us to do to Pearly? Take her account? Only Google can do that. What you want us to do? Go to a house and shit with some pitchforks and some motherfucking fire and burn her shit down? What the fuck you want us to do to the chick, man?
They wanted to stop supporting somebody we ain't supporting.
Yeah,
I don't even watch the chick, bro.
No, very few people do.
So if we're not even watching this bitch, stop talking about her, stop viewing her content, stop making videos about her, stop arguing with each other about her, and move fucking forward and do what the fuck we came here to do. Otherwise, man, y'all doing this shit for sensationalism, and you're doing it to find another route or a means by which to gain a niche to make some more cash.
Yeah,
if that's all you here for, man, get the fuck on out anyway. Go. It's 1,000,001 ways to make money off YouTube. And I'm gonna tell you this: Black Manosphere shit ain't the way.
Ain't the way. It is not the way.
It's sure. I'm not saying that guys are broke, because guys got a lot of disposable income.
They do.
But niggas have a habit of paying women for bullshit. That's what we like to do, man. That's what we do, man. We like to pay women and shit. I ain't saying you can't pay them nothing, but goddamn, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, but this is YouTube, it's social media. I have my own misgivings about the extent to which social media in and of itself is going to be the catalyst for social change. Now, I'm not saying it has no role to play, but to act as if it's going to do the lion's share of the heavy lifting, you guys it's delusional, man, to me. I mean, I get having a conversation with, your contemporaries or your peers, whatever the case may be, it's consciousness raising and things of this nature. But really, at the heart of it all is research and getting access to lobbyists, lawmakers, and trying to change the policy. That's what the fuck really the shit is about. Because all BGS, myself, we done went over this shit, man, ad nauseum. Why is your life the way that it is now? Well, you can look at it at the micro level and say these bitches tripping or whatever the case may be, but you got to look at the policies that enable them to do what they do and the kind of culture that it basically promotes the kind of actions that they're engaged in. You got to look at that. You can't just talk about like what they're doing and then how wrong, that's wrong. Well, you got to look at what the context in which the wrong is being done. That's all I got to say, man. I'm out of here, man. I'll holler at y'all.
All right.
BG.
You got a couple of questions, then he's out. Go ahead.
BG. Okay. Thank you, BG. Real quick. So I'm listening and I'm just catching up, and I'm thinking as you gentlemen are speaking.
Do you have a question for Gigi or no? If not, Gigi.
Not a question. Well, I can give him a question.
No. You don't have to. What I'm saying is because Gigi's got other things to do. So.
Okay, I mean, he can jump in. It's kind of just a general.
Just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Okay, so I'm listening and I'm thinking, right? I think that the deal with Pearly things has unsettled the manosphere, or at least it's giving the appearance of the manosphere being unsettled, and it's a problem, obviously. But I'm also thinking, what is it about the manosphere? Whether there needs to be a rebranding or something close to like the Nation of Islam in the sense of
it can't be.
Well, let me finish my thought.
Okay.
What I'm saying is the Nation of Islam, we clearly see they don't care about what other people do and what they say. There's always barbs being thrown at the NOI, but they still maintain frame.
What's the difference between the Nation of Islam and an online disorganized community?
Well, you just said it in describing it. Is that there's no real infrastructure here.
So how do you build an infrastructure online, really?
Well, that's a good question, but I don't know.
Because you don't know because you can't. Okay.
I don't want to say we can't. I don't want to say that.
Name me one infrastructure you can actually build through YouTube, Twitter, and whatnot.
Well, we see, we don't want to talk about the ladies so much, but we see Me Too and Time's Up. That stuff keeps chugging along.
Me Too and Time's Up was built by whom and pushed by whom?
Okay, white corporate structure.
No, it's actually pushed by the academy and the government. Remember the Dear Colleague letter 2011 coming from Department of Education?
And that's not their foundation either.
Yeah. They push this stuff. Remember that?
That's not even the foundation for their marketing.
Yeah. So in other words, remember that?
I do remember it, but I'm thinking of this. I'm uncomfortable with the nihilism with some of us. I don't want to. I think we have to get beyond what the women are doing and just do what we need to do to kind of straighten things out.
So what is that? What is what we need to do?
Stop for a second, right? Okay. Nihilism is the function of society. How do you stop that?
I don't agree. It's a function of society.
Really?
I think it's a viewpoint. I think some people are nihilistic.
So where do they?
And some people are not.
So where do they learn this?
Well, I mean, perhaps personal experiences. Perhaps it's a cultural thing.
It's in the schools, dude. That's what we're trying to tell you. You got a profession that teaches this stuff. It's in the schools. Where do you think it comes from?
Well, I don't know. I don't agree with that because your culture has some of this.
No. Prove me wrong, though. Not just.
Well, okay. Well,
prove me wrong. Where do you think it comes from?
I think as far as black people today, young black folks, well, I got to complete the sentence. I have to complete the sentence.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, there's nihilistic music. Clearly, you listen to any black pop station, it's 24/7 nihilism.
Okay. What about white? What about white incels and white nihilism? Where's that come from?
I give you an answer, but do we care? I mean,
wait, hold a second. What do you mean? Where you care? Where do you live? You live in an all black country?
I understand that, but we're talking about black folks now and black men.
Wait.
We're trying to. It's the distractions that's a problem.
Afro nerd. Who makes the laws that we have to abide by?
The white man.
White, yeah, okay, but
who teaches your children? What school system is it in?
The white woman.
I hear you, but we can't be the only man standing in every argument because we. I gotta finish the point.
Hey, Grinch,
I gotta finish the point. Right? I gotta finish the point. That's the problem. The emotionalism.
Afro nerd.
Masculine frame.
Afro nerd.
Masculine frame.
Afro nerd.
Man, you just saying this.
Whose channel is this, man? I'm giving you the
I respectfully defer to you, sir.
Grinch, I'm gonna drop you, man. Stop.
I ain't doing shit, bro.
All right, Grinch. Okay. All right.
The minute someone hears something they don't like, you start getting into this stuff.
We're not going to that.
Okay, but that's part of the problem is that we got to listen to people.
If
you don't agree.
Wait on a second. Who teaches your children?
The parents and the parents do teach children because you have homeschooling and they're called parents, and you also have your school system.
Afro nerds.
Parochial schools and charter schools.
Stop with the slicing. Who teaches your children?
The American, the public school system, the public school
system, right? Have you ever studied the Prussian school system, sir?
I repeat that. I didn't hear that part.
Have you? Okay, I'll do it in crayon.
No, I didn't hear it.
Have you studied the Prussian school system?
No.
Can you hear me?
No, I didn't.
No, go study it. Okay.
At least erasable markers.
Go study it because you're uninformed. Okay. You're coming from an uninformed position. Okay, I hear this all the time. We got to forget about white people. Okay, how can you?
No, I'm not exactly saying that. What I'm saying is that they are somewhat inert as far as what they're going to do. We know what they're going to do. We've been doing it. We've been seeing this since 1619. What is it about white people? What is it about white people that we don't know, that we didn't know in 1950, 1930, 2023? Why we keep on? It's like
how do you get? In other words, how do you get them out? If we're not separate from them, we're a part of them. We're not separate,
right? But Lucy will pull the football away from Charlie Brown at every moment. So we know this. We do know that.
So if you can figure, I'll tell you this after we're actually going to go on, right? If you can figure out how we can get black people separate from white people, come back and write it up. We'll actually push.
I don't think I'm even saying that.
Yes, you are.
No.
Yes, you are.
Oh no! What I'm saying is, I can't finish it. I can't finish the statement. What I'm saying is,
I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to wrap it up and go.
Okay.
On, right?
What I'm saying is, you can't continue to do this to do the same thing over and over again, expecting the same result. We know that a different result. We've seen that adage before, right? What I'm saying is, it only takes a few people to kind of elicit change. There's a belief that the civil rights movement was composed of a whole lot of people. There were a few black folks that just got tired of it. You need a few black people in the manosphere. Look what Kevin Samuels did as one individual in his apartment.
Don't we talk about that, because we know where Kevin came from, right? Okay, we know exactly how Kevin Samuels was.
But he's an example of an individual.
No, he
that
wasn't. He wasn't an individual.
You don't know what you don't know, dude.
Yeah,
you're off base.
You're off base. But go ahead.
I know him to be one person, just like other individuals that have elicited change. Dr. King was. We understand Dr. King had.
Hold a second. Where did Kevin come from?
Oklahoma.
No, where did he come from as far as online space? How did he get into this space?
I think we knew him from O'Shea Duke Jackson.
No, I brought him on.
Okay. Okay. Is it that?
It's important.
Stop talking so much, all right?
I'm not saying anything. I'm being cut off, but go ahead.
Well, because you're talking too much. Okay.
Is he serious?
No, hold on. Okay.
This is
in other words,
funny.
It is funny because you don't know what you don't know. Okay. He came off my channel. Okay. I gave him the mission to actually fix black men. That's where he got it from. He's doing perfume and clothing. I said, you need to fix these guys and teach them, right? That's where it came from. Okay. And where the mix came from, all this stuff was actually came from the Black Manosphere, specifically from my channel. Okay. So I know this intimately. You're telling me history that I already know.
BJ, ask him where sign language came from.
I know.
Well, do you know what sign language came from, sir?
Is that the topic of the conversation, or are we going to?
No, I'm asking because that's what he's most. That's one of the biggest things he's known for, other than rating people. There's a point here. Do you know where sign language came from?
I have no idea.
Okay, you got
from the deaf schools.
Hey! Stop talking so much.
Okay? I'm asking the question. I'm asking the question.
It came from me and Yana Van Zant, right?
Now Kevin did add the I, but the sign language, and it meant something different.
Yeah,
anyway.
But anyway, you got 2 more minutes. Go ahead.
Okay,
you got your 2 minutes, and go ahead.
To the known public, you're giving me minutia, and I respect it. But to the known public,
all right, go ahead.
I gotta say what I gotta say.
No, you can't devalue me in front.
I'm not. I gotta complete that. I can't.
Hey, you just did. You can't do that.
My apologies. All I'm saying is that not.
Hold on a second. Now, make your statement without all that shit. Okay, make your statement without all that devaluing. Okay.
I didn't think I was devaluing. I'm just telling you that.
Well, I'm letting you. You just did. Okay.
The particulars, is that a better word? The particulars of his origin, not too many people know about. All that we know about is that he represented the face of the manosphere. And then when this man died, it seemingly went away. And we all know the story goes that Pearlie comes in that vacuum. That was a problem. And we see this over and over again with certain movements in the black culture that start with us. Someone dies, there's no infrastructure, and then it goes away. Or it gets picked up by a white person. We've seen this franchise. We've seen this third, fourth, fifth movie over and over again for the last 400 years. So for this woman to shake up the manosphere the way that she did, it's not a good look. And all I'm saying is either we have some bylaws, we have something that keeps us more strict, because we see everyone has something to say, and yet it's taking us off message. It's not a good look. It looks horrible. Even our women are clowning us. They really shouldn't be about this. So I mean, we can argue about how I'm saying it. We can, you can cut me off and all that kind of stuff. That's fine. But at the end of the day, we look like suckers. And that's not a good look.
All right,
not a good look.
All right, that's good enough.
I gave him a statement. He made it. We're gonna leave it at there. Okay.
Much appreciated.
Can I ask him a question?
No, you can't. Oh yeah, I'll bring back up for that. Go ahead, Gigi.
So look, I just want to say this, right? No disrespect to any content creators in the manosphere, in Black YouTube, or in YouTube in general. But I wish guys would stop articulating the idea that a social content creator and popularity garnered around that fucking person is a movement. Like, I'm sorry, but I mean, quite frankly, it was a movement for people to watch a content creator or to listen to some talking points. But at the end of the day, it didn't result or end up or culminate in a change in policy or in a change in the way Black people conduct and carry themselves on a day-to-day basis. Okay. Now, I mean, we got some, I guess, conceptual tools in our tool belt now that we can, pull from and draw out. But I mean, by and large, like BGS has been saying all along, and I do believe this to be true. If you want to change women, you have to change the environment. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's not going to happen by having conversations. Like all of these conversations that we're having, cool. I enjoy them. Okay. But like the more practical oriented guys in the space, they'll tell you like, okay, well, what are we going to do then? I mean, we're just talking, right? The conversation, especially having conversations with various women, what the fuck is that going to do, man? I told people a long time ago, they got the ring of Gyges, bro. It was a metaphor for they have power to be rendered invisible, to not be seen, to maneuver around and to do shit that you can't do precisely because they have policy and law on their side. Now, unless Kevin Samuels is a motherfucking, was meeting with the Congress and shit or judges and shit and changing the way that fucking policy is being conducted in the United States, I'm just saying it was entertaining to watch. But I mean, at the end of the day, what the fuck is the result of it?
Well, let me explain.
DG, can I respond to that?
Can I ask?
No.
Ask you a question.
DK, you already spoke.
Hey, I'm gonna pull people down. I'm sorry. Okay, stop.
I'm saying all I'm trying to say is, first and foremost, I get motherfuckers love, Kevin Samuels. I enjoy his content, to a certain extent. I mean, I wasn't like a big consumer, a voracious consumer of his content. However, at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, first and foremost, this shit is not about one figurehead any goddamn way. One man being like the Pope or the God or the leader, the monarch of the fucking manosphere. This is YouTube. Anybody can pop for any reason at any given fucking moment, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. There are a whole bunch of content creators who have similar kind of messaging and talking points as Kevin Samuels. I mean, of course, there are a whole bunch of copycats and shit like that. But I mean, you got Abba and Preach, you got Fresh and Fit, you got a whole bunch of motherfuckers on YouTube that have popped off for a variety of different reasons. Okay? You can't stop the shit. Like if today any Tom, Dick, or Harry, or John, or any fucking Jane or Janice can create a YouTube and ain't shit nobody can do about it. Now, have Just Pearly declared, I'm part of the Black Manosphere? Fuck no. Now, are there certain guys in the Black Manosphere that have hitched their wagons to Just Pearly for whatever reasons that they've done so? Okay, whatever. You can't stop that shit either. Okay? It is what it is. But for people who've never even been on that type of time anyway, why are we being forced to be pigeonholed into a category of people we never even associated with in the first fucking place? Why is our messaging something that has to change? Why is it that we have to be held responsible for some clown shit going on in every sector of fucking YouTube? It makes no sense to me, man. And all I see is a bunch of fucking monkeys getting agitated and shit. Like, I guess a lion done walked past or something. So now all the monkeys in the goddamn cage are going fucking buck wild over some bullshit. My whole thought is it's gonna pass.
All right, let him get his question in, Gigi.
Well, I wanted to say quickly though, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but when you think of someone like Andrew Tate, and we don't mention him necessarily, but for some reason the BBC schools, British schools labeled him like he was radicalizing the youth. So I'm uncomfortable by just saying that these singular individuals they don't have some play. For him to, we can talk about some of his messaging.
Afro, why do you think that is? No, I'm going to interrupt you. Okay.
Sure.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think he's getting play? It doesn't come out of nowhere, does it? Why do you think he's getting play?
Well, because he has an effect. I mean, he's been able to tap into a vein.
What is he tapping into?
Young males.
No, young males that believe what?
Well, believe in masculinity.
Okay, so how come what happened to masculinity?
Well, that's what I was getting to. The issue.
Well, get to it instead of.
Well, I got to say it. what I'm saying is they deemed some forces deemed him radicalizing radicalizing men, boys particularly, which is counter to the feminist narrative. So you shut him down. So, but you can't say that he came from just YouTube also. But then he's in jail. But he's radicalizing.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
He didn't come from YouTube. No, he didn't.
He came, well, social media. He is being alleged to radical. I mean, when one person is radicalizing,
I gave you 3
British
minutes.
youth, right?
I gave you 3
right,
minutes.
but,
okay.
Okay.
So
well, that's my point. That's my point. My point is that he's not to be taken lightly, the same way a KS cannot be taken lightly.
Yeah, dude, we get it. We get it.
We get it.
Okay.
We get it.
Thank you. Very good.
Can I ask a question?
Real quick, Gigi, because we don't want to go round and round.
Okay.
My quick response.
We can barely hear. We barely hear you, Gigi.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
yeah.
My quick response to that is, first and foremost, man, that all of the the problems, the so-called reaction to Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, a whole host of people, the manosphere in general. Okay, it's all reactionary and it's all hyperbolic. Okay, and it's all centered around victimization and the drumming up of, okay, there's going to be danger present if men hear that they're getting the short end of the stick politically, socially, economically, opportunity wise in the country. All of a sudden, it's just this danger that's going to appear. Bruh, one thing I know is ain't no more danger going to result from motherfuckers speaking their piece. But I'm going to tell you what is going to fucking result in some danger if you continue to constrict the voices of men who are frustrated. That's going to create the fucking danger. Okay? You talk about radicalization. Men have not become radical yet. Not related to the issues that they have. You got a lot of men being upset and venting and frustrating, related to it. But if you continue to restrict their voices, that's when you better be fucking watching out. Okay? That's what's going to present the danger. So I already, man, look, they said they already say that your fucking presence is dangerous. Your body size is dangerous. You being a nigga is dangerous. Everything about you is dangerous. Okay? So, like they say to men, that this white women been doing this shit. Andrea Dworkin been claiming that shit. Shulamit Firestone been claiming the shit. Catherine Dworkin, these radical feminists have been claiming that men are dangerous just for fucking existing and breathing. Just for having a penis is dangerous. So, I mean, of course they're going to say how fucking dangerous you are. Okay? But at the end of the day, let them say the shit. It is what it is. I mean, they're going to, like, any counter movement to the black manosphere or men, complaining or venting, that's like, oh, it's going to be nuclear war tomorrow. That's bullshit, man. That's just, and look, let me tell you, I'm going to come out with a series of videos in the coming weeks that's going to be talking about intersectionality and feminist philosophy really as basically a veneer for an economic driving force, man. That's all this shit is. All of these theories about how fucked up you are, how victimized they are, how, they've been pushed to the periphery. All of that shit is concealing the fact that they got a job and they want to be able to justify their position where they are.
Yeah.
And so they're going to continue to create theories to demonize you in order to justify their existence where the fuck they are. It's a money grab.
Money grab.
Okay?
Yeah. It's a zero-sum game.
And there are people in the academy who are talking about this shit. Okay? I'm going to basically show videos of a few people who've already understood what the game is. And like at the end of the day, black people at one point had a focus, and the focus was a justice-based focus, not on diversity and representation, but on structural issues in the United States of America. Ever since this fucking bill was passed and white women were able to hijack the civil rights movement, it's all about fucking identity politics and what can I get for my little specific demographic. How can I find a way to get some money partitioned off by this fucking bill? Or how can I get, a leg up related to this piece of legislation? And it ain't working for black men because you just don't fit the motherfucking complexion or the gender profile. So, we already know what the game is. And you can continue to be like, oh, well, we need to raise ourselves up by our bootstraps. Okay, I get it, man. I'm not saying lie.
Yeah. Even Booker T. Washington didn't do that. Okay.
No, like the whole point is, man, we getting shafted in this motherfucking country, and our women, you know, like to be quite honest, they shifted their focus, and they're now like all they want is corporate and government backed patronage. That's all the fuck they're happy with, and most people on the left have forgot what the fuck the whole process of fucking struggle is all about from the fucking civil rights movement. It's like it's just been thrust to the side in favor of fucking corporations handing out jobs and giving out grants and shit like that. That shit, that's fucking charity. That ain't justice, man. Niggas don't need no goddamn charity. We want some fucking justice. So I'm gonna keep speaking to justice related issues. Y'all keep talking about, you know, monkeys, you know, all that shit, man, to me is unimportant. I'll holler at y'all, man. I'll listen.
Right,
I'm done.
All right, DG. All right, we'll continue. One other thing I want to say to Afro Nerd, right? About getting cut off real quick, right? If I come on your panel, I start talking stuff that I actually was actually wrong, would you cut me off?
Yeah, I would correct you.
So
I've done that. So not on you, but I mean on my own platform, sure.
So me correcting you when you're wrong about something is not letting you speak. Is that what you're saying?
Well, in the middle of my thoughts, I wasn't able to complete the thought a few times. So I mean, it's okay. I mean, you run the show. I'm not I'm not been out of shape about it.
I'm asking you. If I did it on your show, would you correct me in mid-sentence?
Yes, I would. Yeah, I would. No, well, yeah, I would correct you.
Thank
but
you.
I would also give you. I would also give you the chance to speak, to say what you had to say.
We get. Did I not?
So it's clear. I don't know. Well, let me say this. I don't know.
Africa, can you stop talking so much for we're having a dialogue, okay?
Apparently,
we're having a dialogue, right?
I don't think so, but go ahead.
That's the problem. You talking is a dialogue, okay? Me talking back to you is not, okay? That's the problem. In other words, you just proved what I said. Did I not give you like 3 minutes uninterrupted as you talk?
Yeah, I think you did.
So basically, you got your chance to be heard on a panel full of people. Okay, I actually allowed you to actually jump the line because there are people in front of you.
I appreciate that.
So hold a second. A lot of people think that I cut you off, don't give you a chance. I could have. Most people don't even allow you up. Do that.
I got it. No issues.
Thank you. So thank you. So basically, I take umbrage with people saying that I don't let you talk or complete your thought.
The completing the thought was an issue with me.
Well, the thing is, but you would do the same to me if I was wrong about something, right?
I don't know what I was wrong about, honestly.
Man, but you can't call audibles after hype.
All right.
But I respect you.
Okay. No, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry.
No, you can't. We're gonna move on. All right.
Sure.
You can't.
Okay.
Move on.
Damn. I want to ask.
Right.
Hold on. You know what? You know what, y'all? I'm old. I'm tired. Yeah, this is impromptu. If you guys gonna act like this, I'm gonna end it early. Okay? You guys want to actually speak and have a chance to actually say something. A tight leash today. A tight leash today. Okay? I should have let everybody know up front. Tight leash today. You're not gonna be able to go off, spit your bio, spit your narratives. All right, without interruption. It's not gonna happen today. Only person that got that kind of privilege was who? Gigi. Why? Because he has an honored place on my channel. Okay, Ed, I interrupt Ed all the time. Ed, shorten it up. Ed, you're wrong. The thing is, one thing I cannot stand is people that give a narrative or a dialogue, and when it's a narrative inside of a dialogue. Not 3 minutes, and they get back to me. Okay, a sentence is a sentence, not a paragraph or an essay. Okay, you completed your sentence. In fact, you had 3 or 4 before I interrupted you, but that doesn't count. I take umbrage to that because I'm very lenient about what you say. I'm very lenient about who I let on my panel, and you guys take advantage of that and then try to spit in my face. Oh, don't let me talk. Can't let me talk. I don't have to let you talk. I don't have to let you be heard. I got the button. You got to remember that. Whose channel are you on? I don't have to let you talk. I can say, okay, thank you very much after like 30 seconds and bounce you. Do I do that?
Understood, sir. Understood.
Thank you. All right, y'all carry on. Who's next? In fact, I'm gonna stop letting people jump the line. Okay, I'm gonna actually get way more strict about this. I'm getting kind of tired of this shit. This liberalism. I can talk for 4 or 5 minutes uninterrupted. Without people actually questioning when you're wrong. When you would do the same to me, and it has been done to me in mid sentence.
When you were right.
And when I'm right, yeah, exactly.
I'm seeing
Yeah, I know. But who's next? Who hasn't spoken? PK wanted again, and PK, I'm gonna let you go.
I appreciate that, man. I know you've been trying to hold it back because I've been trying to, let
the thing is, I wanted to let if Gigi hadn't been speaking, I would have moved on to you. But I want to if Gigi comes on and graces my channel with his presence, I want to let him get what he wants out. So people have to understand that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Definitely, I got a lot of respect for that, man. Even though sometimes even me and him don't see eye to eye,
Yeah.
But nonetheless, really all I had to say, because you kind of ran the gambit on a lot of different things. But, I mean, it's kind of really about your disappointment earlier in many of the aspects of the women in this space, much to me and Black Gurus and some of the other people's chagrin, where Ed was looking for, and I said, I told you so, sort of type of thing. It's kind of, much of that. I expect this isn't outside of my realm of expectations at all, not even a little bit. I understand, at least I think that I understand the way that women generally operate, especially Black women, especially Black women. And I mean, this isn't outside of my what my expectations were that they would do.
You did say that early on. You did say that.
Yeah, so I mean, this is one of the reasons why I don't think they ever. What's that, Ed?
Say, I knew these bitches want shit when they let me fuck them on an air mattress with a baby on it.
He did say that. Anyway, go ahead. Continue, PK. Go ahead. Get on what you want to say. Got a lot of people.
By the way, that's when I stopped believing in them too. When y'all told me that shit, and how common that shit was, I was like, it's over.
Yeah, so it's been over. But go ahead, PK. Finish what you're going to say.
Well, yeah, man. So unfortunately, this isn't a conversation that can be held amongst women. They are not fit for this conversation, in my view, and have not been since the beginning. There are even men here who, unfortunately, are just here to throw a monkey wrench in any sort of combination of plans that we devise. And so, any steps that we might try to make forward, they're actually deliberately placed here to be a disruption force, whether they realize it or not.
Could be, but they know that you guys want to talk to them. That's the problem. Because
it's a shame, man.
We said the first thing they say, we don't want women in our space. Well, as soon as they throw up a channel, they run all run over there. You can see their names.
As soon as they throw up a fucking avatar.
Yeah. And we talking about so-called radical red pill conservative dudes run right over there. So, man, why you over there on her channel? Well, man, I want to hear what she got to say. All right, man. Here's what it is. Go ahead. Finish your thought, PK. Is that all you got?
I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. That's it.
Okay. I'm with you in this camp, and this is the thing that disappoints me, because you and I saw the same thing in this whole situation in Pearly.
Mm-hmm.
And so we knew what it was, and we were like, just shut up and let her do her thing.
Yeah.
And so what's really disappointing me, here's one thing, because you already know that I think the Black community is dead.
Yeah.
But what I usually don't say, because I know that the women thing can't be cured, but the male thing can't be cured either, because this shit that we see that's going on in the manosphere, as well as much of the lack of self-control that we see on these panels with these men, lets me know for certain that this shit is over with. And when I'm listening to some speakers, and I'm not going to cause any trouble today, when I'm listening to some speakers and then listening to them rationalize and then turn molehills into mountains, or say shit that's not even related to us. Why do we care what the women are saying? I'll go over there and listen to them every now and then. But at the end of the day, when we start talking about things such as education, or when we start talking about things such as law, or when we start talking about the things that really help us out at the ground roots level, And then some other dude, because I don't know, we're gonna talk about trades, or we're gonna talk about this, or we're gonna talk about that, and we're saying, look, we need to groom some men to go out there and represent us.
Yeah.
You know, the GGs, the TLAs, the lawyers, the kosher clinicians, those dudes matter much more than, I don't know, truck driver here, what's his name there, or whatever the case may be, because these dudes are plugged into places that most of us aren't.
Yes.
And that's what really frustrates me about this space. And then the rationalizations are just ridiculous because it's so obvious. Or maybe it's just obvious to people like you and me, but when I sit back and I listen to some of these arguments that are being made, it is just juvenile. And I'm starting to wonder whether some of these dudes grew up, but then I know what it is. Women have the chip. Yeah. And it's amazing how much power women have over black men.
Yeah. 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 And how hard it is to actually turn that chip off.
Yep.
We all have it.
Yeah, we have it. Yeah. I know I have it. I got to fight this shit.
Mm-hmm.
BG, I want to ask one question. And what Dead said was talking about.
Go ahead.
Less about Pearly. What about, women in general, in the sense of like Asian Debrat came out, said something about protecting hood politics.
What about her? Why is that important?
Well, it's important because we seem to be more clear about Pearly, and we don't see that this is women's culture more so than just what a white woman can do.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Asian Debrat to me is a corporate neo-minstrel, and yet, well, because she's able to have a platform that is anti-black, that is anti-everything. Makes no sense. Her platform.
So how can you stop it?
Well, if enough people got together, it could be shut down. We've seen other things in the culture that were not liked. Like Me Too definitely showed you they were something.
Is Asia Debrat part of the manosphere, the black manosphere?
I think indirectly she is.
How?
Because she represents a kind of woman promoting a kind of culture that is problematic to the manosphere. The reason why we have the manosphere, because she represents black women's culture.
How is she in the manosphere? That's what I asked you. You said she kind of is. How is she?
Well, she's what? Okay, she's not specifically in the manosphere. She's not a member of the manosphere.
Okay,
but she is one of the problems of the manosphere that we're talking about.
Is she more a problem than Cynthia G?
I think she's on the same level. It's black women's culture.
How many guys know who he's talking about?
I've never even heard of this whole.
Nigga, I thought you were talking about like two people. Like I thought about Asian Dolphin Debrat. Who the fuck is?
So in other words, if most guys, and these are content creators.
Hey, Mr. B probably know.
So in other words, if most content creators don't even know who she is, why is she important?
Because she's part of the overarching culture.
How many subs does she have?
How many subs does she have?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, she's an artist. King.
Asian Debrat. Are you talking about Debrat?
No. Asian Debrat.
I'm talking about why is she important?
She's important because she fuels the dysfunction.
So does SZA, so does fucking K Michelle. I mean, get in line.
Right. So what I said was the overarching culture is that this woman has a platform in music, and she also comments on social media. And she
Can I ask
who is her man? Who is her main audience?
Afro, you need to go back and actually solidify and refine your argument because it's all over the place right now. No, you weren't. No, you weren't, because we didn't get it. So you weren't.
Her audience is black women.
Yeah, if it is black women, I don't know who she is.
Well, I mean, the thing is, here's the problem. Black men are trying to figure out how to solve this shit with the women, without the women at all. Like, how do the women can be like a dead body? Yeah. And we just en route them. And this is where a lot of this loop-de-loop shit. The women, most of the music is driven by the women.
Yeah.
Fucking Chloe Bailey tried to do her best rendition of a 304 Pick Me, and she only sold 10,000 copies.
I mean, she because she's not that. She's trying to pretend to be something. Well, the thing is, I want to point out something out the Afro Nerd, right? You know, interrupted dead set right in the middle, right? To have a what? Instead of a question, how long did you speak?
I thought
instead of getting to the point.
My apologies. I thought it was being clear.
No, you have 9 people on the panel saying that you weren't clear.
Okay.
No, you weren't clear.
But you insist that you are. Why is that?
Because I've had a show for over 10 years and I really haven't had any issues except when I come on your show.
Look, you can do
Afro Nerd. I'm sorry.
No. Hold on a second.
I've been on NPR. I've been on a lot of different programs. Never got this kind of vitriol or this issue with interruption or problems with what I'm saying. So I get it. It's fine.
So NPR allow you to go for 3 or 4 minutes without interjection?
No.
What you expected here?
What I would recommend is go talk to Jason Black, and you'll find out what being cut off means.
In other words, you're coming on here and you think that you're above it.
No, you're presuming that. I'm just answering a question. I'm trying to get to a resolution. But
when we say
apparently it's not going to happen.
Okay. All right, man. Okay.
See, this is the kind of dumb shit that I was talking about right here.
You've had your piece. You had your say. Okay, we can't get through to you because you're not really listening to what we're saying.
I'm listening to everything everyone has been saying.
No, you have. No, you have.
Something about artists. And in society, artists get to break the rules and live where the wealthy live. They get to break the rules because they're the artistic factor, no matter what they're doing.
And they're tolerated.
So, fuck it. They're tolerated. That's what you don't understand. So if you don't get $2 billion to go to a person to say, yeah, I don't like their music, let's push this person, I don't like their content, you can't do shit about them, bro.
Yeah. Nigga, I can't even convince these motherfuckers that Cardi B is not black.
Yeah. And we're getting away from dead set finishing this point, okay?
Yes. But Afro Nerd, I mean, go ahead.
Go ahead say it, and I'm gonna let him go after this. Go ahead.
Okay. Afro Nerd, you were a fine example of what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Because you do come in here and you were acting like you're the smartest dude in the room. And then you didn't even know what you were talking about when you first came up here. This is the problem that I have. We see this shit every day. Some dude comes up here and then starts talking all of this yin yang and talking too much about the yin yang, not caring that there are sometimes 9 or 12 people up here waiting to speak. And then go off on some other bullshit. Who cares about whoever this Afro artist is or whoever the fuck she is? I don't give 2 shits about what she's got to say because number 1, she's not really affecting policy, as Gigi said, and number 2, she is such a small entity that I've never even heard of her. So what does she matter?
Okay, Cardi B doesn't affect policy either, but yet presidential candidates.
Whatever.
Well, you should have mentioned Cardi B. We know who she is.
Right. Megan Thee Stallion also speaks with the Clintons. So this stuff is connected.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm talking about though. I'm the smartest guy in the room, and yet I just deconstructed what you just said. That's fine. I got it.
All right.
Bye bye.
It's crazy when somebody
like, nigga, we need to fucking make a fucking book off this shit. And my thing is, if you wanted to be clear, why didn't you just say them motherfuckers? You picked the one motherfucker nobody knew.
Yeah. I try to throw him a bone like, why is she important? Okay, he could never get to why she was actually important.
No, well, look, man, I'm not gonna talk about it after the fact, but I do need to say this: you cannot call audibles after hype. Yeah, he wants to. They really blitzing, they faking. No, no, you only get 3 time out.
It's short enough because I want to get.
No, I'm done because I know people have been waiting.
Yeah, and people are waiting behind him.
I just wanted to say
You got 20 seconds. You got 20 seconds. Go ahead, man.
With Gigi, I hope that he acknowledges and puts out that intersectionality was made because those black feminists felt that they weren't getting what the white women were getting anyway.
Oh yeah, he's talking about that all the time.
Whether you have to contact Gigi for that because he's not here right now. Okay.
I know, and I just wanted to add on to that.
You got another
female artists represent just what black women see, so they feel like that could be them. That's why they don't care.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Pete. Sorry about that, Des. Go ahead, man.
Oh no, go ahead.
Herding cats, man.
Man, it is herding cats.
Yes.
It's and low self-control. That's my biggest issue. No self-control whatsoever.
Yeah, well, go ahead. That's it. Is that it? Is that all you got?
Well, I mean, I like to be succinct, so we can just leave it there.
Yeah, what
the thing is, go ahead and make a response video because he's gonna start something and put my name in it.
It's fine. If he makes a response video, that's fine. That's
it's always Edward and BGS.
He can do whatever he wants, right? The thing is, I hate for people to come in and start running their mouths. Number one, can't be corrected. Want to jump the line, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then don't want to have a dialogue. They actually want to pontificate, and then bring in something that doesn't even apply to what we're saying. There's no pushback, no dialogue, no nothing, right? I got to get my stuff out. Okay, got 3 minutes. Get your stuff out.
That's the funny thing about that, BGS, because when they speak, just like he's talking about, you mentioned that how are we supposed to stop these people? One of the things that's really missing is that, which is the reason why I like the lawyers in this space, is because they speak from a legal framework. Legally, we can't stop these people from doing anything.
Right.
So why are we even arguing the point?
Yeah.
But
we're arguing about gatekeeping open platform.
Hold on. Let me finish this thought. Let me finish this sentence.
However, it's a double-edged sword, which is one of the reasons why I started harping on the legal thing, because it's like, well, the same thing works for us, but we don't really use that much. In fact, once we start talking about things such as law, I understand it's boring. Nobody wants to go into case law. Gigi does. Gigi talks about a whole breadth of things. And then, when you listen to TLA, when you listen to a Dennis Sperling, it's just like, damn, I did not know that. I did not know this. Maybe I can apply this to my own life, which is the most helpful thing that we can do.
TLA is great at that because he does it in stories. That's how he does it.
Yes, that's what makes him great. That's what makes him very entertaining.
I'm sorry, not to interrupt you, Dad said. I'll speak after you.
If it's important, you got 30 seconds.
Well, I'm just going to go ahead and wrap it up.
Okay, wrap it up, and then we'll go to who I think Leon was trying to. PK's already got his. We'll go Leon after this. If you finish.
Okay, basically, all I'm saying is, dudes, just stop and listen for a moment. That's it. I mean, because I set the example. I will not say anything while somebody else is talking. I make a comment here and there, but it's very short. But most of the time, I'm just silent. I'm just listening to what y'all are saying.
Yeah, I think the host has the right to interject.
Most definitely, it's your house.
No, nigga, I'm me.
Yeah, I know. I hate that.
You can do that for Edward, but I'm me.
Now, if Edward goes off the track, says something wrong, we will interject and jump on it.
I don't have I'm me syndrome.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Edward is a special case.
I get what y'all saying, but y'all don't understand me. Yeah. I'm not being heard.
Yeah.
Can I get 10 seconds?
It's female shit.
You got 10 seconds.
Yeah, I was listening at the
Leon, you're actually next, but go ahead.
No, you did.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, you're actually next. Go ahead.
Okay. He said he's been around for 10 years, and I remember him in certain panels and everything. He didn't know who the hell Kevin Samuels was. He knew he was, but he didn't know the background and history. How the hell you been around that long? You don't know that he came from the Coliseum and all that. That's my deal. I'm like, what the hell?
That's why we correct. Guess what he said? He said that wasn't important. That's what he said. You diminish people on the panel because
they be throwing shots and act like that. I hate when people throw shots and act like they don't know they throwing shots.
Yeah, let's just rewrite history. Like, okay, bro. Like, all right, bro.
Yeah,
like, he didn't start here. Like, all right.
What you're saying is not important. And those are minutiae details, and what I'm saying is the overarching thing. Would you bring a woman like Asia the Brat? Okay,
yeah, whatever.
Exactly.
Nigga, those white folks. I was on NPR.
Yeah. Okay.
Where have you been, BGS? What white folks blessed you?
Yes, that's true. They stolen shit from me. They never blessed me though.
You're just a fucking YouTube scholar.
Edward, what was he talking about?
I just wanted to make a quick statement. Oh, I'm sorry about that, BGS.
You got 30 seconds. Leon's actually, it's his time right now. But
okay,
because 30 seconds.
Because I was ahead of him. I just wanted to give you your flowers. I've been listening to this space for a minute, and
I just wanted to say I've learned a great deal of information about some of the things that you've spoken about. And I agree with what the brother Dead said. I've been on quite a few panels, and a lot of people, they just got this ego, man, where they just want to keep interrupting people, and they don't actually listen to the information that a person is saying. They just listen to interject and shut somebody's argument down. But I just wanted to say I appreciate your channel, brother, and I appreciate people like Dr. Tia Son Johnson and Dr. Thomas Curry. That's all I gotta say. And
Okay, you're right after Leon.
I did not get offended about the Pearly thing, but I did write MTR pretty fast, and he was busy.
Okay.
I don't have an issue with what she's saying or who she's talking to or anything, but when it comes to the ladies in the space and guys overreacting, y'all can look up my name and you can notice that I never super chatted, never been on them ladies' channels. I did check out 2 of them though. So guys be coming up in arms about these ladies splitting off or talking about whatever they're talking about. It's unimportant because they're going into a space that the women know they like black men. And they're going to be in a space that's anti-black men. So how do you do that 180 and tell them, you should go with white dudes when everybody there knows you fuck with black dudes and one of y'all married or some shit? It's stupid. So just because they're anger because a white woman is put up front and black guys are sitting back. I've been to so many conferences. I've been to the Senate buildings and everything. And the one thing you have to understand is it's always going to benefit the bigger group regardless. So if it's political, if it helps the white guys with their children through law, it helps us because it's basically the law. So that's all that matters. If these ladies want to leave over a little white girl, then so be it.
What it is they used to talking to Anton too much. That's what they used to. Anton and Mr. Let Go.
Edward,
that's fine.
Anton is what I call a macho man, bro. So I understand where he's coming from. He's still within the boundaries of control, but he's big enough now that he understands he can do just like those guys Fresh and Fit do. Find some IG models that just want to be seen and bring some incel followers with them to get his views up. So it's not important that those women stick around. The thing about those women now, if they're saying they're not a part of it, they have to understand that they actually have to make their own content. So have a good day.
All right. I mean, is that all you got? That's it? Waited. Okay.
BGS, I keep it short.
All right. I appreciate you. I'm kind of flabbergasted, but okay. It doesn't happen very often.
Sacrifice.
Yeah. The 18th, you got something? And then Lewis after that? Nothing?
Yes.
Okay. You sure? Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, got you.
Yes, hello? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm doing a little I'm driving. I'm in the middle of work.
Oh, okay. Well,
But I actually just like I was saying. Oh, no, I was just going to say I appreciate a lot of the information that you put out on your channel, Mr. BGS. You're one of the OGs, and I've noticed like what's going on right now with the Just Pearly things, though I don't agree with Just Pearly things, which I expressed on Sade's channel. But it's it just kills me how no one had this type of energy for. I can name 12 divestment channels on my hand that all have 200 to 300,000 subscribers, and half of those channels was brought in by black men, and no one has any of this type of energy for this type of rhetoric, and it just baffles my mind, especially with a lot of these dudes that got this simp chip in their backs that. We've been fighting for some of these women's respect for over 3 decades, and they still haven't shown you any type of respect, no matter how hard some of these guys fight. It just blows my mind, the hypocrisy and just the at this particular level, and the fact that they think that black men are just going to stick around for this as the generations goes on and figure that they're going to keep being in the state of servitude with no particular rewards to everything that they've contributed. It just kills me.
Yep, yeah, it does. Okay. Well, all right, Lewis, you're up.
Simplify.
You're up, Lewis.
You're up, Lewis.
Okay. I got to get his mic together. I hear myself, but I don't hear him.
Oh, you hear me? You hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. Okay.
What's up, everybody? Simplify. All they're doing is gaslighting and mudslinging, and actually, their actions doing the exact opposite. All it's going to do is give her more attention, and I mean, she's not even on my mind. Period. All they're doing is giving her extra coverage and more traction. I mean, it's doing the exact opposite. That's all I really have to say is their stupid actions is doing nothing but giving her more attention. It's going to backfire in their face. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Well, basically, she's already making a transition, like we were saying earlier, from the what we call the talking to black folks to talking to white folks. She's already making a transition.
Yep.
That's what they meant for her to do. And we didn't promote her, we didn't fund her. So these are actually white dollars in action, not black dollars in action.
Yeah, and like I said, and the fact that the fact that this is actually the same thing you talked about with the reparations things.
Yeah,
folks manufacture an issue in order to try to take control. That is literally like their perception of it. And the thing about it is, I've promoted like Jason Black more than anybody over here.
True.
A lot of these motherfuckers know who Jason Black is. They don't like that nigga for the most part. And the truth is, a lot of folks, unless you're in this constant, you need this pro-black conversation 24/7, which truth be told, you can get that from Professor Black Truth, minus the shots and the other nigga shit, the low class shit with that. And that's why his channel's bigger and growing. The reality is the personality becomes an issue. This is why. And so it's like, if you're doing, so this idea of using Pearl, that is going to have a law of diminishing returns eventually, because here's the argument. The argument is y'all in love with white women. Okay. So why this white woman? Y'all mean to tell me y'all been in this space for this long? Y'all only found one? And then everybody wants to hyper focus on Obsidian because he's the only one that really has interviewed white women, or now Anton all of a sudden is in this space. I mean, y'all are reaching. And then again, it like the fact that it don't even matter as far as going with the divester chicks. The fact is you all are everything a lot of folks said you were. Y'all were just holding out to think niggas would go come on themselves, and now y'all are getting desperate and y'all are trying to make that flip, and y'all think y'all can just take the mask off and put it back on. No, it doesn't work that way. And so now a lot of dudes are gonna have to justify, a lot of y'all's actions that were really rocking with y'all. And niggas kill me with this like diet pro-blackness. This I want to be pro-black when it's convenient to me, but then I want to start talking about nerds and lames. Understand, you cannot have that nerd and lame. The nerds and lames you want to talk about, you cannot have a competitive black community without. So this idea where you want to disrespect people that build fucking black bitches and having kids, fucking black bitches is not what creates an actual competitive community. Having kids is a necessary thing, but it's also producing families. And you got a lot of niggas want to talk about swag and game, but nobody talks about That's one thing the white manosphere does talk about, the black manosphere doesn't, is relationships. This is why stuff like body count matters more than it does in this space. Because really, niggas, I'm talking about the niggas that say they get pussy. They're just interested in saying, I get more pussy than you. Okay, so let's not then flip and then make a pro-black argument like you really care about that shit. Because if you did, you would put that shit aside. Because that shit, like Dead said, that's some petty ass shit. And then niggas are doing that from the, so.
You're throwing it up, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's Jordan. I mean, like as far as Afro Nerd, it's like, nigga, I don't even know why that shit's necessary. Niggas coming in here with all that bullshit. Like, nigga, where the fuck did you get that from?
I was trying to get him to actually instead of telling stories and throwing shots, to get to his point. And
so the point was calling audibles after the fucking hype. It's like what he was doing was trying to redirect it in midair.
He disagrees with the black manosphere. That's
well, then just say that shit. Like what he talking about? Cause think about it. Look at how he went about it. Well, the women, they think, you all are looking bad. That's exactly what the fuck Hammer, but they always go to fuck with them bitches thing.
That was the point that we wanted to make. They should have gotten to right up front.
Like
I'm gonna say something.
Okay.
So basically, they supposed to lead us. Anyway,
go ahead, PK. It's finished.
I think some of these guys, and not just him, but Jason Black and his deal, they believe that salvation is only through a woman's womb. That's where it lies, and that's where it begins and ends.
Uh-huh.
Anything outside of a woman in a female, the black female specifically's womb and her her life is irrelevant to a pro-black discussion. You can't be pro-black if you're not pro-black female first. Period. It's not possible in their
Exactly.
eyes.
That's why it's pro-guy nuts.
Yeah. But the thing is that what he didn't understand, we're not going to allow you to actually spit a narrative with like 5 or 6 things that are wrong without being corrected. That's why I asked him, if I did the same thing on your channel, would you correct me in mid-sentence? He said he would. But you don't expect us to do it to you.
Well, yeah, and we've been, and here's the thing, and typically when people try to play that game with us and we know we're right, what do? We start asking questions because we need to understand where is the exact like choke point of fissure is. And then what happens, like I was on a channel the other day where I started asking this dude's question and he started agreeing with me. So when you start agreeing with the details, then at the end of the day, the nigga was on some bitch shit. Talking about, well, if y'all still worshiping them, you need to burn it down. Even though I got him to accept the stuff in digestible bites. Mm-hmm. But when you take it as a whole, he still wanted to have it. Because a lot of these niggas, they want to feel their way through it. And this is why a lot of y'all are comfortable talking to the bitches.
That's why I asked him when he said what the white people think doesn't matter. I said, where do you live? And he didn't have an answer for that.
That shit sounds good to black women. Even though black women are more obsessed with white women more than anybody. And that's what Gigi was talking about. Like, you can't be
would he go on NPR and said that what white people think is not of
good and goddamn well he wouldn't say that.
That's what I'm saying. No. So don't play me. But anyway, go ahead, that's it, and then Bloody.
But to that point, because when we were talking about when Ed mentioned reparations, I've been getting into a lot of arguments about this issue with black folks online. Mm-hmm. Because of the fact they're parroting what white folks say and not seeing it for the legal issue that it is. It's an equal protection issue. And they don't even, it just rings foreign to them. I was like, there is a such thing as the 14th Amendment. And, even if you chop slavery off, you still got to deal with 89 years of Jim Crow and the effect that it had on the generations after that. And this was due to what's going on in California, of course, as you know, BGS.
Yeah.
And it's just like they get like they hadn't even heard of this shit.
Because they act like Jim Crow never fucking happened. Because in school, they skip past that shit. That's why when I said Jim Crow was worse than slavery in a lot of ways, I said that on Bernard shit. All them niggas, them conservatives that act like slavery never happened, they lost their goddamn mind. And I was asking them what details. They acting like slavery was just some fucking like it was an inconvenience. Jim Crow. I'm like, Jim Crow was like, oh, well, you just got to go to this bank versus that bank. I'm like, nigga,
it's
deeper than that. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Bloody.
Yeah. Well, BGS, I appreciate the opportunity. How are you doing this evening, sir?
I know. I'm all right, man. I'm all right, man. But the thing is, irritates me when you can't interject on your own panel. Okay.
I already know, but listen. I'm glad you guys got through the Army recruitment because he was going to get you on an Army to go fight some war that I ain't never heard of. But that's fine.
Well, you can't define the war that we're getting ready to fight. That's the problem.
He just needs soldiers. That's all he needs. But no, I've been
war to kick black women's asses.
You already know, but I've been hiding out because I'm really kind of over the Pearly Things conversation because it's become the pain point and that's what all people can talk about. I've seen that as a topic mentioned so many times where it's like, see these white women. And it's like I'm tired of that conversation.
It's the black woman's argument. See the white woman, the white she devil is going to take our men's and corrupt their minds. Yeah,
y'all done it for long enough. I think it's about time for somebody. If you're really that upset about somebody else doing it, I mean, but I'm just
asking the same bitches that voted for Hillary Clinton. Remember that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because she keeps hot sauce in her purse. No, I get it.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I mean, but just to throw it out there and leave it at that, I'm kind of curious, BGS, as far as like what's now the focus in the space at this junction? Because I feel like we're all off. Everybody's on different breakouts where
What it should be, because like I said, 2.0 accomplished all its missions, right? Bring focus to the Black manosphere, basically bring Black women back to the table for a discussion and that kind of stuff. It actually did all that stuff, right? Next step is actually changing the actual environment for Black people and Black boys and Black men. Change the environment legally, socially, politically, right?
Right.
That's the next step, which is harder. It's going to be much harder than what we've already done.
So, I mean, and here's the thing that I think every man on this panel can understand this. If that be the case, then why is it that Pearly Thing somehow split us all up like she was like a cue ball and just sent us all into different pockets?
She didn't do anything.
I know she didn't.
No,
it was a cat. She was just a
want to
catalyst.
clarify.
Right.
We did that to ourselves.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, but I'm getting to that point. We feel like that, but really, I know it's the fact that this was all held together by tenuous, connections.
Mm-hmm. It was.
The big thing is that all Pearly did was set things in motion where people could just break out. Now we have no accord to be on. So
what it really.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
It breaks the accord. I mean, that's really the truth. It just breaks the accord.
Really, it actually exposed the dysfunction that's already there.
Yeah, because the truth is, niggas were already like me and BGS have been constant. Niggas talk about the space ain't being productive. What you have is you have niggas that there's a combination of things. Number one, niggas that want to play the productive game and either not have channels or not really be teaching productivity. Like they want other niggas to do it. And so what they do is they talk about this space is not doing what the fuck I say to do. Then you got niggas that's mad that bitches are getting they can have women subscribers and men subscribers and get more money. Yeah. You got to do and now it's like I'm not necessarily here for the money, but I shouldn't have to not get money where they all doing it. Which I'm like, you need to be in another niche to where you can have a balanced audience to get to that level. So you have that argument too. And so what happens is this stuff was already there. I mean, me and BJ are always dealing with it. And then the Pearl shit just gave people an excuse to just really, really let it out and hide behind the white bitch. Yeah. Hide behind, well, black men aren't this, black men aren't that, da 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 da. And then the women said, because the women were quiet at first. People forget that. And then now they're starting to get loud as they thought the coast was clear because certain content creators were basically, just putting content on saying, I told you so, I told you, I told you so. So really, a lot of these motherfuckers have been for a while now in this, I don't fuck, you've had it come out of niggas' mouth. I don't really fuck with these people like that, but I'm still here though, because I fuck with maybe this person or that person. They've been saying it, and they've been saying it on video.
I was going to say, Ed, like, just to kind of like plug this in 10 seconds. It's like the mask off moment, man. Like they were always there. They just took the mask off. It slipped a little bit.
But that too.
So we get to see who they really were the entire time. That's all.
Yeah, and then another thing is you got dudes that I'm gonna start calling them. They're chameleons.
And Passport OG is in Charles Wade, so kind of.
Okay, so yeah, you got these dudes chameleons where they've indicated that they've had these ideas for a while, but they do what the women do, and I'm not calling them women, but what they do is, I'm gonna let you get it out. You're as security boss, I say, well, we understand you're angry, and let you get your vent. Now they tired of they think we're venting. Now they tired, and it's like, nigga, it's time to get back in line. That's really what it is, and it's like, and so now you see these people, like you said, take the mask off and understand that we see who you are, and you motherfuckers are not gonna get an apology tour, male or female.
Yeah. I'm done. Yeah. Go ahead, Passport. Go ahead.
Well, what's going on, guys? So I actually jumped up for one reason in particular, is because Dead Set was saying a really good point.
Okay.
And I think he cut himself off because he didn't want to say too much. I'm not sure. But
he's here, so
I wanted him to just elaborate a bit more on just kind of things he's noticing with the panels, because I see it. I see guys. It goes to name calling. It gets emotional when you're trying to have conversations, and he was going there. I just want him to elaborate on that topic.
Okay. Well, okay. Maybe he will. He's right here. Oh, where do you want him to actually jump in at?
Yeah, be specific.
Okay, so right after the young gentleman had gotten off.
We can barely hear you. We can barely hear
sorry. So right after the guy had gotten off, and he made the point about how that's exactly what I was just talking about. And he kind of said, like, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to stir the pot, if you will. But it's just guys get really emotional when you have a different set of ideas, and a lot of guys take that personally instead of bouncing ideas off of each other. Right?
Okay,
I get it.
And kind of clarify that a little bit, because
I hate to use the F word, but it's not a masculine.
Go use it.
People can
wait. You talking about the FAGG or the FUCK?
No. I'm talking about the two sexes. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying.
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Feminism, okay.
Yeah, you can bounce ideas off of guys without taking it as personal attack, and just exchange ideas without name calling, right? But there's a lot of name calling.
What ideology?
My bad. I jumped the fucking gun.
Yeah. Go ahead, Desset.
Well, here's what most of us know. That's the feminism in them talking. That's their mothers talking. That's their aunts talking. That's the environment talking through them. And that's the greater point that's tacitly being communicated here, because he don't know that he's doing this himself. He's happy to be on NPR and get all of these quote unquote prestigious invites to these and all this other shit. And so he doesn't personally believe that he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, but he's sort of like an FD signifier. It's just that FD signifier he would low key say he's the smartest dude in the room.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah. This guy.
And he do be throwing shots. Yes, because you're lucky I'm over here.
And basically, Afroner was throwing shots too.
Yes, he was throwing shots, and that's the thing.
Passive aggressively,
precisely. But he was too. I'm just gonna say it. He was too cowardly to just come out and say it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, FD will tell you he's throwing shots. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's why even Tommy. This would piss me off. Even Tommy Curry on you. Fuck with y'all.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I throw that back to you, Deadset. I mean, the idea is, why would you want to go this route and try to get people to jump on board with your idea, and rather than sweeten the pot with honey, you want to go ahead and start flinging shit? Like, what is that supposed to do for you?
It's called sign language. That's where you would.
Oh, I was trying to get to that, but you beat me to it, BGS. Thank you.
Get to it. No, you know it is already. We don't have to
see this. Yeah, this emergence to that Bell sign language is the motherfucker. Yo, all these memes too, Nick. Like all these memes. That Pearl done brought out this sign language. Nigga, they got
let me finish.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Here's what's deal. I mean, because you can pretty much which separate the wheat from the chaff. It is not a masculine thing to sit here and talk shit without being able to back it up, even intellectually. That's not what men do. No. And that's not what the men in my life do. That's not the type of thing that I do. And this is not about it being about me, but this idea that you can come in here and then just throw shots at everybody and then not expect any retaliation, that's the kind of shit that women do.
Yeah.
And so when I see people doing things like that, it's just like, this is just not a masculine thing. I know where it comes from. This is part of the breadth of the problem that we have. And this is one of the reasons why I gave up. When the men fail, it's done.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I like that.
I mean, that goes in hand with the idea. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, OG. It's your time.
Wrapped it up.
No, that's what I wanted out of him. I wanted him to flesh that out because he was right on the precipice of it, and he had a couple of things I thought he was going to say, and he got to say it. So
okay. So now what? So expand upon it.
Well, so what he's basically saying is that a lot of men haven't learned how to be men because a lot of men haven't seen manhood displayed. Mm-hmm. So like there's a hierarchy and there's a way to address people if you're above them or the same level or below them without demeaning them. You can still show respect even in your higher position. But as a leader of men, the last thing you can do when you're a leader of men is to disrespect someone in a way that you show that you don't have any respect for them or you're willing to embarrass them because then you're going to break the command, and guys are just not going to follow you. And a lot of guys haven't been exposed to that because, quite frankly, our sports don't really tend to that. It's I look at me, look at me, look at me, and that's you don't build any hierarchy or any kind of structure with a group of people who all want individual attention. That's my point. I'm good.
All right. Okay. All right. We got to give room for Charles. Okay. He was patient. I'm surprised.
Man, dealing with this ram is like dealing with a black chick, man. I swear to God.
I gotta say something to BGS. You ain't shit, never will be. And
hey, don't ever claim to be, sir.
Even 1,000 years from now, your descendants still won't be shit. So
I'm gonna be that shitty. I'm gonna be that shitty brick that's a cornerstone.
I mean,
what are those brown spots on that brick here on this pyramid? Hey, he wasn't shit. That's
that was like
my grave gonna be right next to yours too. Goddamn it!
They said they gonna have niggas on the moon saying you ain't shit.
Go ahead, Charles.
Start with my greeting, nigga.
That sound like
what's up, Charles?
What's going on?
Actually having fun.
Charles, you came here early. We needed somebody to get arrested. Tired of that shit.
Well, you can't arrest somebody from being an ignorant virgin. But anyway,
are you sure?
That's not a criminal act. It's funny because I'll give you an example today. Last week was hell week. We were doing like 15, 16, 18-hour days, writing reports and doing missions, EP missions. Like we had a client and we had to walk them through the actual Walmart, the mall, and you had to make sure we had stalkers who actually were going to kill your client if you weren't careful. So we were under a lot of stress and sleep deprivation. This week is the range. And the example I want to bring is the fact that people don't know how skilled you are until you illustrate the skills. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, demonstrate. Yeah.
We were doing shooting drills. And they were like, dang, you're hitting on steel. And for a lot of people, hitting steel is harder because it's smaller. Some people like the paper because you can hit anywhere the paper you're still hitting. But when you hit steel, king, you automatically know what you're hitting. So of course, me, the Aries in me did it one-handed. He was like,
of course, yeah.
He was like, yeah. Even one of the instructors said, yo, this motherfucker not playing around. Fuck you hit that one. I said, hey, I never touched a gun before. They were like, oh yeah, a guy who's a cop in Baltimore, get the fuck out of here. But people don't appreciate the skills till they see it. It's like looking at Bo Jackson when he was playing. People, like a lot of you kids need to go back and some of your athletes now, you need to go look at Barry Sanders back then. Ooh. You need to go look at Ray Lewis. You need to
go look at O.J. Simpson.
And Michael Irvin. Oh, yeah.
I mean, you need to go look at Jordan and wonder why they still call him the GOAT. You need to go look at Ali and Ray Robinson and see why they called them the greatest. And what happens is that lately, we've been having a real disrespect of hierarchy. And it's funny because people, the Padawan and my son one time asked me, how you lift these weights? Somebody's got to make sure y'all know the pecking order. I said, no matter how old, no matter how hurt I get, you must always know that there's somebody's able to tax your ass. And see, when I listen to Hammer, he's sounding more feminine each and every time he's allowed to be on anybody's panel. Well, why you're worshiping your white woman?
Yeah.
See, this is the failure of a lot of black boys not going to the military. Nigga, you're not even a nigga. Like, you weren't with us when we were fucking picking fucking cotton in the fields.
Yeah.
This is the reason why you have a distorted reality of what black is in America. Because I'm pretty sure if we didn't fight, your ass wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
Do I need to say that again?
Yeah.
Yes.
If we didn't fight, y'all Africans would not be here. I'm just gonna put it out there simple. I really think, shout out to Bob Duggan, who's the president of BSI. He's a white guy who was bodyguarding. He's in his 80s, about 84 years old. He's a grandmaster of many different styles of martial arts. What a lot of people don't know, that he had a lot of hate mail from white supremacist groups, because he was the bodyguard for a lot of civil rights, people and leaders. So he even said, the only difference, he said, I love Dr. King and everybody a part of the civil rights movement. The only difference was I'm not a pacifist.
Yeah.
He said, I wanted the motherfucking racist motherfuckers to come up there so I could just practice all my techniques on them. And that's how I look at Hammer. And I'm going to say this because I know the motherfucker's still listening. It's not like he's got a date or something. How dare you talk to a man who your ignorant little minuscule minded ass didn't even realize BGS is the same age as my mother. He's about 2 years younger than my father. And the reason why I put that out there is that you don't realize they went to segregated schools. They are the first generation of integration. And this is the lack of respect, the lack of dignity that I really start to hate in my 41 years of life. Because this gynocracy told you that there was no reason you should respect a man.
Oh, no, go ahead. I got it. I got it.
That was Brian.
That was Brian, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
And you got to realize that I feel a certain way because I'm only a generation removed from that.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, we have the Gen X, but my parents, I'm underneath them. You're acting like the civil rights movement was 150 years ago.
No, it was in my parents' lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Which is still not a long time because 150 years ago we had slaves. I think we're very forgetful of history, and it's shameful because so many niggas are doomed to repeat it.
Yeah. What I hate about
already.
Yeah. What I hate about somebody like Hammer, like, you didn't come from this, man. Your parents didn't come from this. That's gonna question my bona fides about the racism and white supremacy? Really?
BGS, I don't even give that an excuse. I didn't come from it exactly either. Came from descendant of slaves, but not descendant of American slaves. I don't give that a pass either. That's not a good enough excuse.
You know what really be doing that bullshit too? That paternalism bullshit.
You know what really pissed me off, BGS?
Yes, sir.
Like yourself, my parents were awfully pro-black.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
You had to be.
And what pissed me off is that to have the decency, and it's funny because back in the day we used to give elders respect. Even when I see Mr. Duggan, I bow with my hands and shake his hand. He earned the right as an 84-year-old man and as a grandmaster of martial arts, and the president of this school that I'm going to. It's so foreign why these little motherfuckers don't have any respect. But then they wonder why they come to sit at the tables of the men, of hard men, and wonder why the hard men laugh at their soft asses.
And they still don't get the message and the answer of why.
And it's sad, Snowman, because when you try to teach these ignorant motherfuckers something,
and we're gonna try to keep this kind of succinct because we got people waiting.
I'm about to end it.
Okay.
But what really got my goat is that you literally got a guy who's old enough to be not your father, not your grandfather, but in some cases your great grandfather. Why Why are you here?
Hey, that's a slick diss, because that means BGS had to be fucking at a young age.
Yeah, well, I was fucking at a young age, but that's beside the point.
Go ahead and call yourself out there, old man.
Hey, no shame in my game at 15.
So remember, BGS said he got a lot of ghost children. You know,
hey, you know what? You know what? My first pregnancy scare was at 19. So yeah.
My next.
Well, at least there weren't no babies on the bed, man.
Ooh, no, yeah, no, that was.
I tell you what. I tell you before I silence myself for a little minute. I bet you that was the first time in your life you were happy to hear this. Your powers are weak, old man.
hold on. Yes, I'm trying to add the age. Was he old enough to where you was fucking before fucking abortion was legal?
No. Abortion was legal when I was became legal in 1970 when I was I think I was like 12. I was in middle school.
Okay. Because if you're in California, I'm sure it was legal before it was nationally legal.
It was legal, but it wasn't widespread.
Too bad we couldn't have really late term abortion.
Yeah. Abortion really didn't hit until I would say late 70s, early 80s when it really had its big push.
You know what, BGS?
You was with the air mattresses and water beds.
No, I'm trusting y'all that I can vacuum this computer.
A water bed, yes. Air mattress.
I got one last thing to say.
Go ahead.
I was like, BGS first had sex before the dodo bird was extinct, and I'm going
hysterical.
Hey, yo, Mr. Z, quick question. Mr. Z, do you know who Asian Brad is?
That's the dodo bird's mama, okay?
I don't even know who that is. I was listening in, Ed. I was like, who the hell is Asian Brad?
You don't know, then, nigga, why you bring it up?
I was like, who the hell is that?
Yeah.
I was listening in.
Let me lay this.
That sound like something a white dude would just make up. That bitch Asian Brat. She a nappy-headed hoe too. Nah.
Hysterical, not Darn Imus.
Real quick, Snowman.
BGS, considering what we talked about recently, you better be glad that one pitch didn't lead to 4 runs.
Oh yeah.
You better be glad that knuckleball knuckled.
Yeah.
And it was caught. Because if that became, like we talked about last time, because if that became a wild pitch,
yep, and I've seen that where all 4 the bases were cleared because of a knuckleball on
I
strike
can only imagine had that knuckleball not been caught or unwound up in the catcher's mask or his chest or the chest protector or her
hysterical. This is so funny.
Wait a minute, or her chest protector in this case.
That's why I said it's hysterical.
I can only imagine the panic on BGS's face when everybody was circling the bases and no one knew where the ball was.
That's true. Go ahead, Mr. Z.
Corey Holcomb once asked audience if the doctor gave you the chance to abort the woman or abort, well, he didn't say woman, he said bitch, but if the doctor gave you a chance to abort the woman or abort the kid, how many men would be walking out with the kid in their hand?
Yes.
Oh, we don't even get into that because I know the answer to that one.
Hey,
you don't want to ask that question either.
For that, Mr. Z, I give you the Birkin bat makes the ball fair down the line and everybody's running. All the guys are running around the bases with the kid in their hand, getting away from the woman that will clear the ball out of the left field corner.
Yeah, it's horrible. Well, by the way,
I want to statistic that how many mixed babies have been aborted by black women. What's the percentage?
Not so much because they want to keep the light skinned baby with the freckles.
Well, I know that's the point. I bet you it's like 0.0000000 in history.
Unless they married and they cheat on their husband with the white dude at work. Maybe that baby gets aborted.
If it was a white woman, that baby gets aborted. Okay.
Yeah.
See, Ed, why are you gonna throw why is Ed gonna throw a fat fastball across the plate like that?
That's what he does.
I like to say
Ed don't throw no sliders, okay?
No off speed pitches here.
I tell people, are you ready for this question? Yeah. Is the black community a patriarchy, matriarchy, gynarchy, other? They like, shit.
Bro, by the way, I love that he asked. I like that Ed asked FD that on Bernard's rally show because it forced him to say matriarchy, and then it put him in the
It
position
kind
to
of
be
makes
like,
y'all but I said that's all I need. Y'all got it.
I loved it. I loved it.
I like to say this to all the black chicks cheating on their husbands.
Hysterical.
You ain't never gonna be Mrs. Cartwright.
Y'all ain't shit. Go, Mr. G. What you want to put in?
No, I was listening in. I listen to Hammer. Hammer's just a sexually frustrated Nigerian cat, and that's all that is. What's his background in? I thought it was
Liberian.
I'm filling up an air mattress.
Oh, man. Maybe PK. You need to show him the ropes, PK. He need to be out here with the women on air mattress
bro,
too.
This game ain't for him, man. He can't.
All right.
Right.
Yeah, man. It's just foolishness. And then the other brother that came in, kind of disrupting the vibe. Like, I didn't understand what he was really trying to say. Like, we're weak because of what? I don't understand what he was trying to say.
I was trying to get him. I was trying. What he's saying is, it's a bad look because of our women and because of racism. Or we not.
What? Those women just want us to shut up and get in line anyway. What are you talking about? What?
That's what he's trying to say. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, well, sir, I'm gonna need you to work some overtime today because these hoes are talking about they're gonna go with Cynthia G. So clearly, you have fucking failed in your mission.
Right? Yeah.
All them headaches and all that coffee and all them pills did digesting that. But I'm curious what SWP gonna say about that shit.
By the way, Ed, I definitely want to. Side note, because this matters in the conversation. South Florida is goddamn a whole swimming pool right now. The whole Tri-County area is a whole flooded like a mug. It took me like 3 hours to get to work. That's neither here nor there.
So sorry.
Yeah,
that's good. Get that real estate down.
Right. That's number one. But the reason why I said that is because I was gonna make a response to Ed and Sarge Willie Pete's video about homegirl over here talking about now we need maids. They're just talking. They're just BGS. You already know. You got it. But they're just talking now. They're just because I heard it last night too, Ed, and I was just like, and I heard Sarge Willie Pete's coverage. I'm like, what the maids, bitch? You're never gonna be. Shout out to Charles. You're never gonna be Riz Cartwright, bitch. You never gonna be a maid. Now you asking for maids? If y'all don't get the fuck, thank you.
Control yourself, y'all.
No, but the reason why I'm saying this in reference to the conversation is that then brothers like whoever that was after Hammer come on and then tell us Afro nerd, my bad. He comes on and then he tells us we look bad. We look bad to who?
Yeah.
The everyday regular sister that's old as hell and nobody's checking for her anyway. That's over here saying we need maids so that they can get on board with RT.
The bitches don't like it, nigga.
Yeah. Well, the thing I hate, man, when I say get to the point, right? They still want to tell the story.
Yep.
I don't want to hear the story, man. What is your point? Okay.
Let me state the most obvious thing in the world. Let me state because they think if they pontificate and if they explain it well enough, then when they get to the point, then you will agree. They know you're not going to agree, but maybe if I pontificate for 5 minutes, then you'll agree.
Yeah.
Maybe.
What they're doing is what they're doing is they want to throw a whole bunch of shit in the air and they're looking for. Because I've tested this. They're looking for you to find something you resonate with all the bullshit they saying. Yeah. Saying, I like this car. Okay, I'll take this. Oh yeah, man, this car. That's what they're doing when they do that. Because when you do it, they will stop.
If the thing is, if you talk to women, that's what will happen. We're not women.
And that's the other point. I want to make something to
explain. Hold on, Brian. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. That's it.
Because like women, I don't think they're thinking that far ahead.
They're just talking.
Yeah, they're just talking.
It's filibustering.
Yeah. I agree with that. Filibustering.
Go ahead, Snowman. What are you gonna say?
First of all, let me apologize to Dead Set. I didn't.
No, it's okay. It's just we got it.
The perfect set of sounds for Hammer. They go like this, and this.
That's porn. The first part.
That's his sex life.
And his sex life, yeah.
Oh, I got more. There's this.
That's terrible.
And finally, to explain his sex life in a simple sentence.
You know what? That makes me mad.
I'm gonna actually use that for him.
Yeah.
I
But
will-
you know,
I will
no,
send you
Go ahead,
this
Mr.
sound.
Z.
I
Go ahead,
will
Mr. Z.
send you that
No.
sound. I have it.
Okay.
but to
Go ahead,
speak
Mr.
to
Z.
Hammer directly, no, Hammer, you really do need to get out there. Like, it's gonna happen. You're gonna get rejected. Maybe you need to go hit on some white chicks. I mean, maybe
No,
there's some.
he
Maybe,
can't do that now.
Hammer is an editor. Hammer is one of the editors of Hose Mad News.
He can't do that now.
he can't do it now because he done put himself. He put himself out there too much,
He
yo.
put stuff in the box now. Yeah.
Well, you
Okay.
gotta
I should.
Mr.
I
Z.
should.
Yeah, go ahead.
You got to. He was trying to get medical advice from BGS.
Yeah.
He was like, "Why is my sex doll getting on her nose?"
I told you, Hammer, you gotta wait for the fucking upgrade.
He told him, like, "Yo, your sex
You
doll."
gotta wait for the song for the match.
He's like, "Your sex doll doesn't have a runny nose; it's just full." So,
Which I said he need the 2023 model with the testes tickle.
I mean, you get a guy. You ever seen a guy who goes in there posing like he's in the military, Veterans Day?
Gosh, I've seen.
Jim Rat told me that Hammer's Cameroonian. That explains a lot.
Yeah, and it's like stolen valor.
Yeah, they got colorism going
And
on.
doesn't Hammer attend one of the schools? Howard.
Yeah, Howard. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he goes.
Bro, if you don't go find you one of them square educated sisters and get the hell on.
He does not know how to approach him. That's the problem.
Yeah, Hammer talks to a black woman, and then it starts raining out. It automatically starts raining like an R&B.
Raindrops keep falling on my head.
No, it's like I'm emotional.
Oh no, not the Carl Thomas.
Yeah.
Somebody trying to get in. Somebody trying to get in.
They got V4V.
Let me explain this real quick, Mr. Z.
Okay.
You have more chance of getting, like, Howard has like almost 80% women.
Yep.
If you're not fucking in there, it's not them, it's you. And you can't even approach the fat, ugly chicks.
You're the worst, bro. You're the worst, bro.
How pathetic you are.
You're the worst.
That I can walk on Howard's campus right now, and the chicks would come to me a year younger than me, but 2 decades. Oh my God. What have we done? Father, forgive him because he has not sinned yet.
Look, I said it before. Let me say it again. Y'all can't be walking out here with, all type of CTE, and y'all never been on the field. Everybody on the panel, whether heartbreak, whatever brought them to the Black Manosphere, they had experiences. You can't be walking around with relationship CTE and you never been on the field. And I think that's a lot of Gen Z are walking around, and that's why I'm careful with my channel too. They have all this angst about relationships and sex, and y'all never even kiss somebody. Maybe that's crazy to me.
Man, Andrew Tate was on this one dude that he can harness like 40,000 subscribers that actually watch him live. And he was talking about, have you ever had sex? He said, yeah, I had virtual sex.
Wow. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Just like how we're having a conversation like over the phone right now.
Wow.
That's what they do. I'm like, that's called sex. Like that doesn't count. Like
That's
literally, yeah,
cyber,
man.
dude.
Hold on. You get on the camera, they get on the camera, and that's what they do, and that's how they count. And this dude has like 40,000 people that watch him at one time.
So that's how they have sex nowadays. Okay.
Yeah, Andrew Tate. It was on a Twitch stream. Andrew Tate was He's actually cool with the dude. The dude.
So that's from the movie, then, Ed. That's from the y'all would know what movie I'm referencing. From the 90s. Yeah. Thank you. So we're there now. We're there.
No, I mean, it's been a thing forever. It's called cyber sex. I mean, again, people have been doing that for centuries, for like a decade at least.
That's
God damn, really? My next two words for Hammer are the following:
emotional damage.
I mean, for real.
Yeah, man, Hammer kills me with this shit though. Like it's like I don't even know what. Don't get me started. I need to send him over there to solo.
Oh no, I know he's an avatar for what's going on, man. We need to. What thing is? It can't be all about him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
we put too much energy into him anyway.
And well, back to what BGS was saying. I am not about kamikazeing the black manosphere for some white chick that we don't even fucking know. That shit is like really pissing me off. And yeah, and especially with Jason Black thing, I can't look, man. I've been listening to Jason just as long as Ed since Tommy Sotomayor days. He's always been a megalomaniac. It's getting worse as he's get older, and yeah, and you know.
Did you listen to the Auburn Preach bullshit?
No, I haven't. Or when he going on the immigrants, and you know, like
they don't claim racism.
I can't listen. I can't really listen to him. For
yeah, let me do this.
I mean, I didn't either.
Jason has certain points. So being the child of immigrants, there is a playing down of white supremacy, anti-blackness, because you think you get. It's like offering your way through. There are black immigrants who know it's a thing. You got two groups. You got the group that think it's a freaking excuse, for real, and then the majority of them that know it's a thing, but they think you can alpha your way and prove your way out of white supremacy. Class your way out of white supremacy. And then they that's why I keep on bringing up that example of then they children are in Howard or wrong school. Harvard or Yale, and them white boys is giving race jokes, or the white girl is flexing on your daughter on something, and everybody know what it is. But you, at that point, they find themselves in a very awkward position, because I have cousins that ended up in this position where you still don't want to call it for what it is, because then you got to shatter your whole entire belief system, right?
Yeah, I mean, nobody really disagrees. See, and this why the best liars interweave truthful narratives. But they into their bullshit. Nobody disagrees with a lot of that stuff. It's how you use it. Like the way Jason Black, and I've been ironically do this too. Take somebody you don't like and call it the manosphere. Like Charleston White supposedly is in the greater, fuck the black manosphere, the manosphere. No, he's not.
Since when? Thank you.
Charleston White is in the urban hip hop situation. That's what he does. DJ Academics is in the manosphere. No, like everybody you don't like is in the manosphere. And Jason Black is starting to do that same thing, where he just puts everybody that ain't him is in the lane sphere. Everybody except for
wait, rewind it. I'm glad that Ed said that, because that's exactly what they're trying to tie all of this into the lame sphere. That's what it. All of this is it's going back to black manosphere 1.0 days, where you're just sexually frustrated losers, right? And there's nothing about what you're saying that warrants any type of consideration, right? It's just a bunch of sexually frustrated people. Forget what they said about the black boys. Follow me into, I don't know, rugged individuality land. I don't know, hyper consumer. I don't know.
No. It's worse than that. It's a perpetual. It's back into the perpetual cycle that we started in. It's let me lead you back to where we started. They're trying to get you back in the same exact place that you were originally.
Yeah.
And offering your way through.
Yeah.
You know what I'm gonna start attacking Jason Black with?
And V hasn't spoken, and we got a new guy, K. Pierce.
All right, man. I'm gonna hop off after this in 10 seconds. I need somebody to show me when's the last time Jason Black had an attractive, dark-skinned woman like Tiana Paris on his shit. Because I can't remember. Do you remember, Mr. Z?
Well, he's from Sweetport, and they like they high yellow chicks.
Oh, don't say that out loud, BJ. Once you said Sweetport, I was like, that's what. You already
I can say it because my family's from there.
Hey, look, Jason Black is going at the black manosphere. I agree with Ed because of Kevin Samuels and everybody tied. But he also does see it as the winosphere. And if we would just follow his lead, go to the gym, get a 6-pack, get buff, get swole, and be worth $1 million, then you wouldn't have shit to complain about.
Well, he whines about white supremacy.
Yeah.
You can levy that.
You tell him that to his face, he'll be mad as fuck.
The thing is, you can't do both.
You can't do both. I'm gonna go ahead and step out of the way. I just wanted to hop on for.
Tell that black woman we love her, okay?
And you know what's bad? She knows when I talk to you guys because she'll hear me laughing out loud, and then sometimes through my headset she'll hear you guys, and she'll just ask, how much shit are they giving you? I'm like, a lot, and she'll be like, good. But in all seriousness, please pray for Jody. She's got an MRI on Friday because of a degenerative right knee.
Okay.
And
All right.
it's up the way in Indianapolis.
It's not to the bone yet, is it?
No, it's not. It's not to the bone yet. She just had to deal with a lot of swelling, and it's really hard on her when she walks.
Yeah.
But to start the day, she's okay because she takes gabapentin just like I do for my feet. But by the end of the day, she's like really worn out, and it really, really hurts. So they're getting an MRI. She's getting an MRI Friday night. And when I get done with my work, I'm flying up to Greenwood to keep an eye on her. But she's gonna give this condition one of these.
Tiger uppercut.
And her
Yeah, one of my favorite songs.
And she's gonna have one of these.
Sonic boom.
And then she's gonna tell all of her ailments just like I did.
We're still waiting on the Jill Biden short.
You know what? I might have talked her into it.
I think that would be perfect.
It's going to depend on her schedule.
Okay,
because I know she works a lot during the week, and on the weekend she is just dog tired. So we usually sleep in on Saturday. But I want to give BGS this, considering what happened last night. And considering what's going to happen on Saturday, I got to deal with this. I got to cut the bronze. I got to cut that bronze sexual confession I did today.
Yeah,
and I got to make a short out of it.
Oh yeah, especially now. Yeah,
yes, but
time for it.
Man, don't get me started. Especially now that we are actually in the playoffs. God damn it!
Hey, they righted the ship. I have to give Jeannie Buss kudos.
It was with Anthony Davis though.
No, the thing is they actually righted the ship. It started with management by actually trading Westbrook. They had to do that. Otherwise it wouldn't work. And they brought in players that actually complement AD and LeBron. So.
And all these fans I told that the Lakers were finished were saying to me this morning,
"You're despicable."
Yeah, well, they're going to. They're fans. So.
I know. And a lot of them are saying.
But the thing is, they saved face by making the playoffs. That would have been embarrassing not to make the playoffs. So they actually accomplished what they really wanted. They're not going to win a championship, but things they actually got in. That's what they wanted. Yeah.
They got in.
Yeah,
but anyway. They got in. And the whole time I'm praying.
No.
I knew once they made the right, they had enough. The thing is, once they made the right moves and actually formed a team, I thought they could actually sneak in. But the thing is, that's as far as they're going to actually go. They can't really win anything.
Yeah, I'll leave y'all with this. I just after I got the score because I didn't watch the game. I crashed early.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried crashing early tonight. I fell asleep for a while, but then Jody got uncomfortable, and I had to make sure she was okay because her knee was really bothering her. I got up for a little bit, and I saw the score, and all I'm thinking is,
what in the all types of blue hell?
Yeah.
Let me get out of here.
And they're doing this without D'Lo, so if D'Lo comes back healthy, they're going to be I think that they'll be a mid-level playoff team.
Yeah,
which is miraculous. From where they actually came from
where they started.
Because they were actually dead. But
they were dead in the water. Let me get out of the way. Thank you, gentlemen.
Snowman.
I appreciate y'all,
brother.
I love y'all, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Peace
Take
out.
it easy, Snowman. Peace. I want to pick up where Mr. Z left off, actually, if that's all right.
Before you do that, I just want to say, Art of Immore said, they want us to alpha our way back onto the plantation. He said that in the comments, so I just wanted to read that. And go ahead, PK. Go ahead.
Real quick, because V and K have been waiting, so we got to make it like 2 minutes.
It'll be less. I was just going to say that in terms of what you said, Mr. Z, man, the bottom line is this. I mean, I said it before. I say it again. they basically presenting you with the same sorts of options that have been presented before, because these tactics have otherwise worked in the past for many black men, the vast majority. And so they're presenting you with the same options, and they're upset they're not getting the same outcomes that they were getting in the past, because men now have things like option. The environments have shifted in black men's favor to be able to take advantage of different options. So basically, this is really just a big kerfuffle of Hoes Mad and Hoes Mad Inc. trying to come down on black men, and so they can't get their way, and that's where we are.
Yeah. All right, jump in, V.
Hey, I had a quick question on the topic y'all were speaking about earlier. If I could ask,
jump in
about how you were saying, you were back in '71, you were 12. When you back then, what with all this connectivity that we have now, what is it going to take to galvanize the population of, like back in the late '60s, or '60s in general?
We say population. What do you mean?
Black men. You know what I'm saying? Like how they all came together. They didn't have social media. They didn't have the phones. They didn't have the connectivity that we have now. What is going to be the thing that you think is going to be the catalyst that would bring us all together?
It's always the environment. The environment dictates all catalysts and reaction. That's what it does. And basically, as far as the black community, I think black men have given up on the black community for the most part. The young ones have. The old ones are still trying to hold on to because they were socialized to. But the young guys, I think they've pretty much given up on it. It's the idea of a black community the way it was. Might be something different.
Do you still personally hold on to that hope of, because you were saying you're pro black? Anybody that could question that would be like,
but I'm also a black pill. Okay,
black pill,
and it is what it is. And the thing is, you can't ignore the evidence that you see in front of you. And you know what it takes to actually save what you're trying to save. And it would take the women actually changing, but they don't want to change. So what do you do with that? It's a no-go.
So was it what
if you can't inspire the men to fight, guess what's going to happen to your war?
You're going to lose it.
You're going to lose it.
So do you think that it was a mistake for the black men of that time to even have tried? Or
talking about civil rights?
Yeah, but because I know you talk about how like our civil rights.
You're getting lynched. Okay, you're getting beaten up. You're getting
you have a common enemy.
You're getting discriminated for jobs. You're getting sectioned off and harassed by police. Okay, you don't need women as an incentive. You got all the incentive that you actually need to actually make changes. You're tired of being treated that way.
Roger.
Yeah, so you don't need to be galvanized, right? The environment actually galvanized you, and even then it was only like 15 or 20% of the people.
Yeah.
Okay. You get tired of being spit on. You get tired of being talked down to. Get tired of being threatened. Okay. You get tired of police beating the shit out of you.
Placism.
Yeah.
That's what I call it.
You get tired of having low-level jobs and people, disrespecting you. At some point, you get tired of this shit. So the environment actually galvanizes you to actually take action. If that makes sense.
I guess it makes complete sense. I guess it's just like the two-part, like the survivor's guilt that you sometimes have as black guy, younger my age. There's like, oh well, you're doing well, you're doing fine. But I had parents who, hearing you all's descriptions of stories back then of like my dad was in an area where it was, when they were dating, if they've got caught dating a white girl in middle school or high school, they got sent up the road, so to speak.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they got sent to a different state to go live with other families.
Yeah, to save their life.
Out of protection.
So I got told those stories. I got taken to these places in like, North Carolina, Baltimore, areas like that. And like got to see, like my parents they wouldn't talk about it so much. They would just show us like, yeah, this is where we came from.
But most of our parents are embarrassed to actually talk about it. They really are. They're ashamed of it.
Yeah.
That's why they don't talk about it very much, because they're ashamed of it. They're ashamed of how they were treated and what was allowed. So they actually put it behind them. They don't talk about it. The thing is, you guys don't have that experience. So how can you actually have the same kind of motivation?
Exactly.
Okay?
So that's what I was talking. What Edward was talking about was he was saying, how it seems like a lot of the millennials and Gen Zers, it's like they want to feel that struggle for some reason because they don't. And goes to what PK is saying about something completely different but kind of the same about a cycle of I want to bring you back to you want to go back to where we started almost, but why would you want to do that?
They don't want to feel that struggle, man. They're lying.
Yeah, of course not. That's what I'm saying. Of course, nobody wants to feel that struggle. Nobody wants to feel the struggle that
they're running their mouths. They don't feel that struggle. Trust and believe, because they whine when they do.
Exactly. So what? How do you? What would you tell young black men that's in that position, or even even me? I feel like that sometimes where it's like things are too good. Like it's like you always waiting for the storm.
Yeah, like where you are right now would have been
the storm almost.
Like where you are right now with the position that you hold, you would have been rare back in my day. Rare. Okay, instead of just rare average. Okay, appreciate what you have and hold on to it. So that's what we're trying to tell you. Don't let them take it from you. Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate what you have, what was already done for you, and hold on to it. And expand it if you can. That's what
B versus B. You ever notice when a basketball player or a football player get caught up with the smallest thing? You ever see how elders act when like, God damn, he blew the contract, right? You ever see because they know how hard it was for them to fight to have him to put him in that position, and then he blow it over some white girl or he blow it over some drugs or doing something dumb, and it's like, God, nigga, right? Like, God damn it. Right.
You don't appreciate what you have, and that's what the elders are trying to tell you. It wasn't easy to get this, so don't just piss it away just because it's not important anymore to you. Because there will be if it actually goes away. You'll feel it.
And the black pill would assist us in being able to basically have the best. And you can tell me if I'm wrong. The black pill, if you have that mindset of just being able to recognize it, gives you the best of both worlds, because then you can start to understand maybe not the exact struggle or have the survivor's guilt or the struggle. It gives you the opportunity to have that gratitude, but also still
the black pill ain't for everybody, man. It really isn't.
Okay.
Nor should it be. Yeah.
The problem is that a lot of people lack common sense.
Yeah.
That's the issue. Because my brother plays semi-pro football, and he used to tell me all the time like how these guys will get caught up about smoking weed. They know what's coming, but they just can't stop. They're just like, oh, I'm good. And then they automatically just come up one day early before they were ready and try to clean that system out. And guess what? They lose millions of fucking dollars because of a fucking dime bag. You're literally losing millions of fucking dollars because of a dime bag. Like, how stupid can you be?
Yeah. It's not important to them. They never they have to work for it. It's kind of like handed to them.
That's the thing. Sacrifice.
Yeah, but that's the thing that happens across most industries. I just can't figure. I mean, I know why brothers are doing it, but it's just like, dude, if all you have to do is pass your drug test and you know it's coming, just stop smoking for a month.
Yeah.
But and to that point that V4V was making, just what you were talking about, and what BJ was saying about saying don't throw it away. In short, we were talking about don't throw away the legacy that we built.
Yeah.
And we don't even think in terms of legacy.
But I think that's a function of a lack of understanding of history, because I don't think these kids really understand that was fought for real. That's so when you play down slavery, and this is where Ed is speaking about Jim Crow. When you played out Jim Crow, that other century of worse than second-class citizen, I don't think that terminology does it justice, right? Just no, nigga, you will never be on our level, and every time you even try to do something for yourself, we will smack it down violently. Sometimes that will cost you your life. So for a century after slavery, you have that, and the kids are not being taught that, so they don't really. I don't think they really comprehend how much they pissing away when they throw away $1 million contracts, or even when they throw away a stable ass city job. I've seen it. Y'all know I work for different cities. I've watched people literally what Dead said just said. I watched a young lady lose a nice ass city job, you know, everything we have unionized, all of that, literally for smoking. I'm like, it's so funny he said that because that I literally watched it happen, and they gave her a. Dad said, "You want to know what would make it worse?" They gave her a chance afterward, but she was so whatever about it. She played down the chance.
Yeah.
Now she regrets it though. Now she wants to come back, but they'll never bring her back.
Yeah, they can't.
Yeah,
she didn't
How you're saying the black pill isn't for everybody.
No.
Yeah.
When you come,
No.
so you
Neither is the red pill.
Yeah, so you accept the fact that, hey, you need to have this gratitude. I'm young. I see the foundation that was built, the legacy. I endorse my last name by making sure the decisions I'm making are correct, not just for me, but because all the people that came before me. Check. Then you come into the knowledge of either red pill, black pill, whatever the pill is that you're taking. And then you see how you bring up this information about how the world is going for this turn for maybe not possibly the worst, because you always say that you hope it doesn't happen. How do you deal with how do you deal with that, with the gratitude that you've now gotten, but then also the looming? Do you even think about the looming impending doom, or how they say, you know, like a doomer type monster, or?
That's why the black pill's not for everybody.
Exactly. The black pill, he just said it himself. The black pill is on the verge of nihilism. It is. I walked that edge. I had to walk that edge and admit some things that I didn't even realize. And it's rough. Even now, you know, years from where I began my journey, this shit is still rough. And yet, you know, you walk that thin edge when you have to face reality for what it is. I have to admit that. I mean, when somebody says that, hey, black women ain't shit, when you're in the red pill, you can still go and deal with them. I can't even look at them bitches sometimes.
Yeah.
Like you just look at it like this. These bitches.
No, you that's who they are. You can love them or understand them. You can't do both.
You can't.
Let me put this on the table real quick, because Dardar said this, and it's so true. He says they want to go back because they think that's the only way to get the black community back together. It's what do you say? Force back together through outside threat.
In other words, they may be right. Now, I'm sorry to say, if black men don't bow down and accept their role as conquistadors, like they were for 200 years, it probably is, because the women aren't.
No, I agree with Dardar on this. I think it is that. When I listen to what, go ahead.
I was gonna speak on why does everybody have this fanatical, you know, fantasy about black pill? Do you really want to end up like a nigga like me?
Yeah, I don't.
Have y'all ever tried the burgundy pill? Anyone? No, I'm playing.
I'm actually very serious. Do you really want to see what the fuck I had to see?
Yeah.
No, so I think that I totally agree with you. I don't think that it's so much it's an enticing thing. I'm just trying to figure out, like you all, it's all cycles. I'm just trying to figure out how to, you know, you all obviously have the age and experience on many of the younger men. Obviously, that's an obvious thing, fact. But once somebody comes into that doesn't have that experience or that age or that time, and hasn't seen the stuff you've seen, maybe has seen their own stuff. How do you all just deal with it?
Well, the thing is, you deal with things. You have tools that you wouldn't have had.
You have the tools in it. So that is the
In other words, as you age, you actually get better at it, just like anything else.
Exactly.
But you head of the curve. Go ahead. That's it.
And another part about it is that you come to the realization that you can't stop yourself from breathing. That's the other part of it. There is no. It's like I told one guy, there is no getting off the hamster wheel.
No,
you can forget that shit. There is no getting off of it, no matter where because I have the saying, cultures change, but women are the same.
Yeah.
And the only thing that keeps women in line are the men who control their culture, the environment.
The environment, yeah.
Because, you know, I mean, if white men who capitulated to white women in this country remained the same thing that they were back in the 1920s, none of this shit would be happening.
Yeah.
Nope.
So, you know, yeah, I'm all for passport bros, but see it for what it is. A woman is a woman is a woman is a woman.
Yeah.
So dead set. When I said that on whose channel I think it was Bernard Riley's way back when, maybe over a year ago, and I was like, that's a law of diminishing returns, the passport thing, right? And like they didn't want to hear it. I'm like, wait, y'all think it's gonna be a whole bunch of Western men that go into these developing countries, third world countries, wife up so many women, and then that's just gonna be the thing we do now? You think that's gonna be a thing?
I think it's hard for them to really conceive of the fact that women are still women because they're experiencing a woman in functional culture.
Right.
And so there's some fundamental differences in between the way that they may act, but their underlying hardware for what makes them what they are is still the same.
Yeah.
So they think of them as a new species entirely.
Yeah.
It's a different. The culture. The thing is, the cultural rules are different. So you take advantage of the cultural rules. That's what Passport Bros are actually doing, which I applaud.
Yeah, I applaud that. Yeah, I applaud it. I mean, 'cause I just want them to see it for what it is.
Yeah, that's my thing.
Yeah.
Like there's a level of naivete, that I hear some of them say. It's this to me. When I draw the parallel, it's the swirlers, not so much the divestors, that's the neo-Nazi wing, but the swirlers kind of over romanticizing white dudes like they all got like $800,000 coming to them from their parents or grandparents. I'm like, y'all don't really know what y'all talking about, right? So like that's what I'm saying. It's like this over romanticization of the grass being greener on the other side, and the grass is greener on the other side. It just ain't green as you think it is, and it might be astroturf. It might not even be grass. I'm just saying, but yeah,
Shit, it might be desert. It just looks
right.
dehydrated.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
that's a yeah. That too. That too.
Hey, Pierce, if you want to jump in, it's your time, sir.
All right, yeah, thank you so much. Hey, salute to you, Lewis. Salute to you, Officer Charles. Hey, I just wanted to kind of add this.
Okay.
So I have a cousin that he's a police officer, and he just married this. I want to say she's Mexican, Hispanic, something like that.
Latina.
Yeah. We both of us were on the same age. We both came up around the same church, same family circles, all of that stuff. I mean, we first cousins pretty much. I just moved this guy, black dude. He is a tech consultant, and he's marrying this Latina lady now.
That's very common. What state is he in? If you can tell.
I'm in Chicago. We in Chicago. Yeah. Yeah, all of us in Chicago.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. I got three sisters.
California is common, but yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
But upperly mobile brothers with Latinas?
That's
regular street dudes with Latinas here in California.
Okay.
Well, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Oh, so I got three sisters. All of them, they want their degrees. None of them have been raised to be a wife, and I find that to be extremely haughty because my mom, the way that she treated their dad, we got different fathers. She pretty much took care of the house, like the lady of the house, like a wife did. That old school training. I want to say she's what, Gen X. I'm millennial. My sisters, they are late millennials. One of them is a Z now. A Z actually, I believe.
Okay.
And she's sitting there talking about, independent. Don't you want your woman, independent type of deal? I was like, that's not what guys like. So I'm showing you that, and you see our mom, you see all the ladies in our family. And then the last thing I'm gonna land the plane with this one is, does anybody know what happened to the Phoenicians?
Yeah.
Anybody know what happened to the Welsh?
Yeah.
The Basque,
Romans, Greeks.
The Dorians. I want to say the Dorians and the Minoans.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, so all these civilizations, they got assimilated. So with that one being said, I'm seeing that kind of dark future for us. I mean, I don't know if it's a dark future or not. That we just eventually gonna end up getting assimilated here and assimilating over into other cultures with the passport, bro, type of deal too. Black
Evidently,
culture,
that's what we
American
want.
black culture.
I guess that's what we want, right? Not trying to fight against it. So that's what we want.
And multiple presidents have either alluded to it or straight out said it. Nixon straight out said there will not be a colony within a nation, so there will not be a black colony within this country.
No.
And then he went out targeting the black community. But you know, just that statement alone lets you know, like, yeah, like BGS said, if you want a black community, you're gonna have to fight for it. And what it seems like is black people don't actually want a black community unless it's on their individual terms. Not like a black community where other people get to tell you, yeah, you can't do that. It's, I want a black community as a safety net for when I do what I want to do, y'all catch me. And that's not a community. That's, yeah.
Catch me outside. How about that?
And the
Right.
on that, the last question I have is because that foundation that y'all built, is that throwing away the legacy if the assimilation continues? Because exactly what Pierce is saying is exactly what most of my homeboys I see on. I know anecdotal stuff is not a great statistic, but that is what I see on a regular basis. I'm in Texas, so it's a little bit kind of worse than California could be, but that's exactly what my homeboys doing. They all date Latinas.
Assimilation was always the plan. If you go back to W. Du Bois and even Booker T. Washington, that was always the plan.
Literally, I was waiting for you to get to the period so I could say that.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So
no. Go ahead.
If that's what happens, is that upsetting the elders in quotation marks?
Because I think is that the idea of a separate black community has been not sold to us, but been wanted and actually projected by us. But the thing is that possible, and under what circumstances, and how many people actually want to have that separate black community and actually work for it? Not as many as you think. That's the problem.
That's kind of like what Afro guy was talking about. Can we be separated? And the answer is no.
No.
Yeah, they do say 80% of black men is still with the black women. That's a statistic. A lot of the content.
The thing is, but the thing is, it's not about what's happened in the past. It's what happens in the future. What are the Z's and the A's going to do? Are they going to keep with the tradition, or actually throw it out the window?
I was actually.
And we already have a case study to kind of see where the wind is blowing on that when you look at the millennials.
Yeah.
So I mean, it isn't really too far fetched to say they'll continue farther along the path the millennials have gone, and that has been true when it comes to things like dating out. You know, when they're doing it at nearly a 50% clip.
Yeah, the last thing I want to say too was what you all were saying, and I'll land the plane and I'll head off. Thank you very much for listening. But you all were talking about Hammer, and I'm not bringing up his name just for no reason.
No, just go ahead and speak your mind.
It was talking about the I saw a video by another content creator, and he was talking about how in China, in other Oriental countries, how they have such large mass populations of young men, unmarried young men,
right?
And how the only way that these things can be solved, or not only way, but one of the ways that he believes things are going to be solved is by mass war. That's going to happen with things that these young men are going to. They don't have a wife at home to be enthralled by. Of course, they're going to go more to the nationalistic side of things. People are saying, "Oh, these young men are becoming more radicalized and right wing and whatnot."
But the thing is, what will a mass war bring if you have a mass war? What do you think is going to happen? The final outcome of it? Because you're in the military. What is the logical conclusion to a mass war nowadays?
Genocide.
Nuclear
weapons. No. It's an impossible. It's an impossibility. It isn't possible anymore.
That's why you haven't seen one in almost 80 years.
That's why your major nations fight proxy wars, because they know if both of them if they both get in the ring, nukes are gonna fly.
Nukes are gonna fly. In other words, the big mass war. The closer you have come to it since is actually what's going on right now. But go ahead.
Yeah, and what you'll see first.
What do you think? Not talking past, present anymore, future. What do you think they're going to do to?
Oh, nothing. Look at demographics. What's happening as far as demographics? What's happening? What do you think? around the world. Populations are doing
I actually don't know.
declining.
Yeah,
everywhere, just about everywhere.
So, in other words, why would you even attempt to do that when it's happening naturally? Go back and study the Mouse Utopia. It's happened naturally. They don't have to do anything. But they're trying
Even
to
the black community has a 1.8 birth rate, and you need 2.1. Even the black community in America. So all that Keisha got 18 kids. Yeah, Keisha got 18 kids, but her college educated sister got none, and she's 40.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, there's a divide. There's a heavy divide amongst the women who do have kids, having multiple kids, and the women who are generally highly educated don't have almost any kids, if any.
And that's why you always make the videos on.
There's a pilot program in Philadelphia trying to pay women to have children. But go ahead.
And that's why you always make the videos on just warn. It's basically almost as like a warning or like a beacon of, if you don't provide these young men something to basically hold on, they're giving up. That's what they're trying. That's what you were going on to say, was they're trying to prevent these young men from giving up.
Yeah.
Basically.
Go ahead, Dish.
I was going to speak to that point because when you was talking about mass war, that's not the first thing you see when you see a bunch of what you call it, directionless young men. What you usually see is some type of revolt, which is what's going on with the grass eaters and whatnot. So you will see that happen in their environment first, because what you're talking about is when young men have the initiative to take political power and then project that across, you know, whatever territories that they're on. That's not what's going on. What you're seeing here is pretty much a silent revolt.
Yeah.
Yep.
What did it say in China right now? Instead of laying flat, let it rot.
Grass eaters.
No, let it rot.
Let it rot.
Yeah. Let it decay. Deal with it.
I'm actually gonna share it while I'm speaking to y'all. Something I just checked out a little bit of it. Vice covered it, which is these very effete, effeminate men that China was like, yeah, no, we're banning K-pop. You can't dress like that. Cut it all off. Like, you know, because the whole effeminate thing. Understand, it was funny watching boys and men linger behind women, and of course the feminists wanted that, but now they're about to be overruled because the state needs these men so that you can marry them, so that you can produce children with them, right? So this is bigger than you know, just who's griping with who and who don't want who. The state's involved now.
Well, the states has always had a compelling interest in birth rates. Yeah. And everybody's scared because that below that what 0.8, 0.7 that South Korea is dealing with, nobody's trying to do that.
That's below 1.
Yeah. Even Japan with their 1.4 and 1.3, people are frightened by that. So yeah.
But the beauty of it is that, you know, a place like China, they're a dictatorship. They can force those people to do whatever. They could care less.
Yeah.
Well, they're scared too because they went from one-child policy to you can have as many kids as you want in 15 years, 15, 20 years, because they ended the one-child policy because they realized what that did to the population and how many boys they have over men. It's something. I mean, how many men they have over women? Some 30, 40 million, something like that. Then, even when they brought it up to two-child policy, not enough people were signing on. 3-child policy, still not enough. Now they're like, okay, y'all can just have as many kids as y'all want. But you had already enculturated the society for one child, and y'all went from like, you know, barely making it to, you know, second largest economy on the planet in a matter of, you know,
what with women when they get jobs.
Exactly, the women are accustomed to it's so bad, like because of the sex disparity, you do have middle class women asking for, we call it apartments and stuff like that. They don't have houses in the traditional sense in China the way we think of it in the major cities. So flats or you know, for some of the UK people, what they call flats and whatnot. They're asking for men to have more than one, and like their real estate market is crazier than ours. So for you to ask a man to have like 2-3 homes before you could even consider it, you might as well ask him to have a maid. Shout out to homegirl. Anyway, I'm done.
Has this ever happened before in history?
No.
No.
Nah.
Jesus Christ.
We're comfortable, bro.
Yeah,
I think because some of us are financially struggling a little bit, we don't understand how much overall in the developed world, how comfortable we are, how advanced we are. Like, bro, we got metal things that we use to get from point A to point B that get us to point A to point B at 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. We have these little glass metal things that we use, that I'm using right now to be live with y'all, right? That we use to communicate across thousands of miles,
I'll
right?
do
So
one better.
go ahead.
We have a washing machine and a dryer.
And a dryer. And running water.
Yeah,
And you could flip this thing called a switch, and then you can have the power of the sun harnessed in this little thing called a light bulb, and it lets you see in the dark, right? And like that, those type of things change everything. And we've been doing that for 3-ish centuries now.
I would
You know?
love to hear you all make, because I'm gonna subscribe to most of you. I would love to hear as time is going on. You know, I'd love to hear about the relationship stuff and the, you know, how to navigate yourself around you know, women and gynocentrism and all that type of stuff. But I would love to hear what you all think going forward as you all produce more content. Is where is it going to go from here with these type of things? Because if this has never happened before in the history, and then there's a silent revolt going on, which I've known. I'm not gonna say I've known everything about it. I'm not gonna say that, but you all have talked about it, so I've heard you all say this stuff before. What do you all think is going to happen? It's time to, like,
if they don't reverse this, Mouse Utopia, 100%.
Yeah, you all said Mouse Utopia. Yeah, you brought that up before.
Well, first you go to yoga, get flexible to where you can kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah. And the thing is that the economics is so complex, right? If people start giving up, it's going to start falling apart.
Yeah.
That's what they're afraid of right now.
Yeah. You all
So you actually beat me to it. I was going to tell them that, you know, really because of the way we structured the world economy, because this isn't just the United States or any particular individual country at this point.
Yep.
But the world economy, man, is contingent upon men collectively across the world holding it up, period.
Yeah. And doing their part.
What happens when men collectively across the world decide to drop out over time?
Yeah.
And I mean, this is all happening simultaneously in multiple countries, just at different rates. Yeah. So, I mean, this becomes a world problem very quickly, as they're finding out now.
But it's accelerating. That's the problem, because you do have internet in what's going. Go ahead.
And I know I keep asking more and more questions. Why did they incentive? Maybe it was ignorance is bliss. Why did they incentivize for, you know how most content, some other content, they'll have.
Okay, you got to find the points somewhere.
Yeah, the we need to push feminism. We need to push feminism.
Now okay.
You know what I mean?
I have a series of videos called "Feminized America," right? Okay.
Yeah, Roger.
The baby boomers produce more boys than ever have been produced in history, right? More males, and the biggest group, right? And males bring what? It's called arms bearing between 15 and 45. They can turn over societies and governments. They're afraid of that. So they disarmed the men and gave it to the women.
Oh.
Because they were afraid, in my opinion. I'm gonna say that because people listen. It's my opinion, okay? I don't have any voodoo or something like that. Don't get upset.
Let me add on to that. So that's for the boomers. Then you get to the early 70s, and uber wealthy people don't like what's going on in the country, between the anti-war movement, civil rights movement with blacks, feminism. They don't like that, so they launch what Pascal Robert calls a 50-year counter-revolutionary movement, and they literally take everything that the silent generation fought for, the greatest generation fought for, all those social programs, and they take it and defecate on it and give it to the corporations. And so you mix that feminism that BGS is talking about with this kind of neoliberalism, which is the commodification of everything, and you get to where we are here, this beautiful, lovely, advanced society where nobody's getting married and having children. I don't know.
I don't know if it's been said recently, but really we're living in a new age of neo-robber barons.
Yeah,
People
yeah,
haven't
you're right.
actually said it in that way yet. I mean, we're living in a new age of it, and we've been
Some of the
living in this
lefties are
age.
saying it. Some of them are saying it.
Yeah. I mean, like, that's where we're at.
You said neo what?
Yeah. Neo rubber barons.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. There was always
The Elons, the Elons, the Jeff Bezos, the Bill Gates, the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world, and the power they hold and wield.
The technocratic elite.
Yeah.
The
And I would like to.
technocratic elite.
Is that similar to feudalism?
No,
That's not feudal.
No,
Well, you know what? There are people that's calling it techno feudalism. There is there are people that saying techno feudal. You know who I'm talking about? Yanis Varoufakis, the old Greek finance minister, calls it that.
There's a book on it. I forget the author. They actually called it neo-feudalism. I know it's
I think it's more like techno-Marxism that we.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. But
That's-
on the young man, because I was going to quote Jan Martel as y'all were talking about that subject, and it goes. I'm going to go ahead and paraphrase it. A small group of men is a nuisance. A large group of men, you get revolution.
Yes, true.
And so if you carry just that's from Life of Pi, of course. If you carry just those little tidbits of information, they read so much into what's going on today.
Yeah,
it's amazing that they've been able to hold it together. The governments this long globally.
What they've been knowing that this stuff. I mean, this stuff that we're talking about.
Yeah,
as BGS knows, they've been talking about this shit since for like what 3,000 to 4,000 years. Yeah.
Such cycles. I think the environment. People always say this time is different.
Yeah, I was literally. Everybody thinks they're the smart one.
But that's why
every error.
That's why I asked earlier if it's ever okay. Maybe it's never happened with this culture, this much advancement in technology, this much connectivity, this large of a population size or pool of people, but it's happened before.
There's always like I said, a spiral. Okay, but the thing is, the difference is you never had this big impact that technology on human beings. It's never happened before, so it's different.
I would say.
I think the way to say it, it's rhymed before. It's rhymed like this.
Hold on, PK. Go ahead. Z.
I just was gonna say, mine's just quick. It's not a 1-to-1. It's rhymed like this before. You go back to the Romans, you go back to the Greeks, right? The Isle of Lesbos. There's a story behind that outside of just But yeah, it's rhymed like this before. Whenever a particular era gets advanced, you start to see the splintering off. You start to see this type of thing going, like what BGS was saying. But it's just in no other time in human history that we know of, at least, have we had the technology to kind of back up, this kind of dark part of humans, I guess we'll say, So I'll pause right there. Yeah.
I think
go
that's
ahead, go ahead, PK. Hold on, go ahead, PK.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, got you.
Okay, I was going to say, I would say one of the biggest linchpins to all of this is the scale of it all. Never has it happened to this scale, ever. Never. Not insofar as the amount of people, not insofar as the time span, not insofar as the technology is concerned. Never like this. We've seen collapses before, but these were all collapses in a time where we couldn't essentially exterminate all of humanity at the touch of a finger, at the press of a button, at the drop of a hat. You get what I'm saying? So this is new. This is brand new.
This is I totally agree. Like how he was bringing up, the Romans, Ottoman Empire, Byzantine Empire, African empires, South American empires that they had. Obviously, population size was nowhere this size, and they didn't have the advancement in weaponry or technology to be able to even control.
We're gonna go to like 20 more minutes, guys.
And this is the last thing I'll say. I'm gonna hop off. I've never heard the thing that you were talking about, how the boomers had the most men.
Yeah.
Because they had the most men feminism somehow just pops up out of nowhere. Not saying it popped up out of nowhere, but comes from the left out of nowhere as a left,
kind of,
and they did it so that they could ensure that the larger growing population of men could be effeminized to a degree so that they would not cause a revolt to uphold the government.
When the boomers came of age, right, like around 1960, 1961, right, you had 300 riots between 1961 and 1972. 300 riots of protests. The
not
most
just the black people.
The most that's ever been in the history of the United States. Boomers were a problem. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, thank y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and back up.
All right. Anybody else want to get in?
No, we just and speaking of what he was saying, it's just with the advancements of technology. I mean, like 200 years ago, we were on horse and buggy, like literally. 50 years ago, who had a cell phone in their hand? Even if you go in the 90s, it was still rare. But by the time you get to 2010, 2015, everybody has a cell phone in their hand. You go from 95, where barely anyone has a cell phone, to 15 years later, 2010, and who doesn't have a cell phone? Yeah. Literally, that's just 15 years. That's nothing. That's a snap of a finger, right? So all of that, and it's happening so fast. And quite frankly, and this is me kind of getting in my nameless bag. We haven't built the societal mechanisms to kind of deal with this, like super fast, advancing technology and what it's also doing to our relationships.
Well,
not just our intimate relationships, even our platonic relationships. They're talking about how many young people don't have friends, right? Literal like your real friend, like not who we speak on online, right? I consider you guys friends, but like your actual friends, and how much even now we don't have that 5 or 6 people that you can talk to about anything. It might be down to 1 or 2 now. And that's because of the work that many people do now, but also because we have this handy dandy device in our hands, and we're looking down on it all day, and it kind of
it's because technology has grown so fast that we can't keep up with it. That's the problem.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we haven't we can't keep up, and we haven't built the societal mechanisms to help us deal with how you interact with it.
You can't build it with how fast it's going.
I think
we can't build the plane while we're flying on it.
Human beings cannot evolve that fast.
That fast? No, not culturally. No, they can't. They can't handle it. That's what's happening right now.
I mean, we're changing pretty much cultures like every freaking almost 15 to 20 years. Human beings can't keep up mentally.
I think somebody said,
because now you still got women that still says they still want a traditional man. Well, that doesn't exist now.
But I think
because of the environment.
Yeah, I think it's more sinister than that, because the 4 or 5 friends that you're talking about, Z, we can't even depend on our siblings for that anymore. That's
I agree with that.
And and I think that's where the real destruction is, because at least we had family. Even through hardship, or even if we live somewhere out in the country, siblings will be siblings. They were your best friends. They defended each other, and they defended the group. That no longer exists.
So it's just the atomization of society in general.
One time. That's it.
Can I be a troll for a minute?
Go ahead. You're gonna do it anyway.
I'm gonna be a troll real quick. Hold on, Dead Set. You mean to tell me you're not as hyper individual? You mean to tell me you can't alpha your way through it all by yourself? Bootstraps, nigga. Bootstraps.
My bootstraps are made of, I don't know, candy floss.
Look, it is the atomization of society, is what we're saying, right? And I think I heard someone say we have Paleolithic minds with space age technology, and like how do you square the two? And I think we're trying to figure it out while we're developing even more advanced technology, right? So you already see how the young people talk. Whenever I hear some of the, like, when Kevin would have his lives and the women would come on and it would only be 23 and they would talk to him insanely. Yes, that's a function of them not respecting a black man. Of course, that's upfront. But also it's a not respecting that age barrier, because quite frankly, even you see it online when you're playing video games. You have 12-year-olds playing video games against a 45-year-old, and they're cursing each other out. So it distorts that kind of lived experience, that age barrier, that respect. And I think that also played into why they were speaking to Kevin like that also, right? Because you see it sometimes when you speak, BGS, it'd be people, like you say, that could be your son's age or even younger. Right. That's like, and yeah. So I think technology has given us the access or the idea that we have access to a certain type of wisdom because we have access to the knowledge, to the information.
And
right?
Them guys just need that ass whoop. That's all.
I mean, that too, that would change it, but I don't even know if that would change it.
I actually want to roll something back to what you said earlier, Mr. Z, and I think it's poignant. It's also something that Chi touched on a little bit, but he didn't go into a whole lot of detail. I think sometimes black men unfortunately have the trappings of it. We talked about it with people like Anton and these macho men. A lot of times we have the trappings because of our individual culture within a greater culture of having to see ourselves of hyper masculine, and that is a fair critique that feminists make of black men in the whole. That is a thing that we do, and it's not by virtue of ourselves; it's by virtue of our women, because we actually see ourselves through the perspective of black women. By and large, as a culture, that's what we do. And so that creates a lot of issues within our group. It just does. It creates issues within our own egos. It creates issues in our perceptions of other black men. It creates issues insofar as how we deal with each other in our interpersonal relationships and why we fail to do so. It's a holistic problem that needs a holistic solution, but it's not something that we can ever get to the root of because of the issues that I mentioned in the first place that came out of slavery. So how do you fix this without creating a completely new culture to base it on? How? If you have the answer, I'd like to know, because I don't know.
Can I ask you a question, PK?
Yo.
When'd you get religious?
I was about to speak on that because when you think about some of the old thinking, because all right, when you were talking about the cell phones, Mr. Z, you were talking about access, and then culturally, if we look at our use of these devices, we don't use them mostly for access to use for information. We mostly use them for entertainment. So, if we had prepared the culture to use these devices prior to these devices being released, then I think we would definitely have a different outcome. But that's not what happened. It was released as a piece of entertainment. Steve Jobs knew what he was putting out there and didn't let his kids use it. But just like any drug dealer, y'all can use this shit, but my kids ain't gonna use it. And so I think that's what you're speaking to, Mr. Z, because from what I'm seeing, we use our cell phones for social media, porn, video games, and I don't know, texting or whatever else. But as far as like when I see something like somebody trying to argue with an officer over what the law is, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, both of you got cell phones, just look the fucking law up, be done with it. I got laws in the state of Maryland for when I encountered an officer that I never had to use. I got shortcuts on my phone. I'm not going to argue with the officer, but if he says, well, you have to give me your ID, and I know that Maryland's not a stop and identify state, I can just pull it right up. And if he persists from then, it's just like, I'll see you in court. And I've never had to use it. But when the police came to my house, my ex-wife demanded to let me in. I said, hell no. The officer was smart enough to know that there ain't nothing I can do, ma'am. He said no.
Yeah. It's a tool.
It's a tool. That's
how you use it.
It's a tool, but we weren't conditioned for that.
Yeah, but it cuts both ways. How could you condition, in a short period of time, people actually accept this and actually use it properly?
Yeah, that comes with training, but a lot of people have been trained for it to be as entertainment.
And the tool will change you. Sorry, but it will change you.
Just made me an asshole. Well, sorry.
You weren't before.
Hey,
I mean, I was less of an asshole.
I'll carry that asshole all day.
So something that Dead said about the entertainment part, and I was screaming it because right before he said porn, I was like porn, like like so yeah. But that's
social media is worse than porn, man. It really is.
Yeah, it is worse than porn.
I mean, you're right. But like the porn websites are doing numbers though, BGS. Ain't nobody fucking with them, literally and figuratively. Nobody's fucking with them porn sites.
The porn sites are $1 billion industries, right? But the social media is like multi-trillion dollars, like hundreds of trillions of dollars.
Yeah, that's just crazy. So
and male and female.
Something
by the
else
way,
to consider is the porn industry is actually just an extension of the release valve that we had prior.
Yeah.
We actually used to have brothels.
And what social media does, it is and this is like this. I said this to. Did I say this to Dr. T or to Green Gorilla? But it allows some of the worst ideas to proliferate. And I tied it to this anecdote I hear all the time, which is like the lie is halfway around the world while the truth is still trying to get its shoes on. And so you have Dr. Tommy Curry, Dr. Green Gorilla, you have these people, Dr. T, they can only have so many students at a time in these classes every semester. But the information now is spreading. This is even worse than Oprah. Oprah bringing on Terry McMillan and her making all of these other feminists that were kind of fringe notable pales in comparison to what we have now, because these weirdo talking points are hitting tens, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, black women, in the head at any given moment, right? Like their talking points are permeating the society, right? Particularly in the black community. And that is one of the very major negatives of social media, is that this thing just we've known about Cynthia G for how long? And Dr. Umar is just now talking to her last year or earlier this year, right? Like he's just now. So like that lets you know, like she's been able to run and put out this toxic sludge for how long? And it still didn't get checked, but I'm just saying, like, before she runs into someone of note, right, or of influence on that level. So that's what social media allows. It allows the lie to just run real far and fast.
Yeah.
Before we can even,
you can't stop it. You got to remember, social media was behind the Arab Spring.
That too, yeah.
That's why they know the power of it.
Yeah, and they tried to shut it down. It was too late. Shout out to the Middle Eastern states. Yeah, shout out to them.
That's a problem.
But anyway, old nigga gotta go to bed.
Yeah, BGS, go ahead and knock out.
Your closing thoughts?
No, just thank you for having me up. A good conversation. Yeah, Hammer, please, Hammer, bro. Like you gotta just go talk.
What channel was he on?
This one.
Yeah.
Oh, it was earlier. Okay.
Earlier, right at the beginning. Yeah.
This Hammer, and to the other brother that was on. What was you said Afro Nerd?
Yeah.
I was lost. I don't understand what he was trying to say. I didn't get to what he was trying to say. Maybe it was just me.
He wouldn't get to what he's trying to say. He's trying to mix it up and kind of hide, not say hide, but trying to
obscure
what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
I knew exactly what that motherfucker was trying to do. That's why, I was gonna say this before, and I was holding.
Wait, PK, before you do that, what was he trying to do? What do you think he was trying to do before you even get to that?
Listen, man, this is why I'm so circumspect of a lot of people that are in the purple pill, quote unquote. Because these types of people, man, what they do is they muddy the waters in between our rhetoric and the things that we've talked about and discussed, and they try to mix in and spin it so that it still somehow becomes female-centered.
Yeah.
And female-centered. Yeah. And so it becomes problematic at a certain point when you try to come here and sell it to us like we don't know what the fuck happened with anything. It's like, dude, number one, Kevin Samuels came out of here.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
You're talking
good
to
move
somebody
by asking him that, BGS.
Yeah. And
BGS specifically.
He tried to dismiss it like it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter.
He didn't even know.
No, he didn't know.
That's why when you asked him, I was like, got him. And then when he realized that, and that's the thing, like we all do it. This is a debate tactic. We all know what it is. But when you know you caught up and you're like, well, it don't even matter anyway. Well, nigga, no, it does matter. That's why I brought it up.
Right? You brought it up and emphasized it. Okay.
Yeah, he's an unskilled FD signifier. That's
man.
Unskilled. Is that even a thing?
FD knew not to put his foot in the trap. Okay.
Exactly. He's a smart man. That's not.
No, he is. He's educated. He was working on his PhD, and he still might go back, right? But no, Ed and BGS. So when BGS finally got a chance to talk, and I love that I just wish you would have made it a question. I wish he would have had to answer it, which is, so what y'all gonna do about the women screaming?
Well, the thing is, we weren't trying to debate him. We're trying.
I know. But when Ed killed him, Ed said, "Fuck all that." So Ed just straight up said, "Is the black community a patriarchy, a matriarchy, a gynocracy? What would you call it?" And when he said matriarchy, I was like, "Well, there's nothing else to talk about."
Yeah.
If you accept that it's a matriarchy, then it goes back to what I was saying, and I'm so mad I didn't ask him that outright. How are you going to incentivize the men now to get down with female leadership, knowing that female leadership only accounts for safe and positive times? Whenever shit hit the fan, he gotta be cleanup man. How do you get the men to sign up for that? And him and no one else has an answer to that.
That's why
no one has an answer to that.
I always ask, what are you offering?
Yeah.
Thank you. What's the incentive? There you go. Yeah.
There is an answer to that, though.
Yeah. Go ahead. What was it?
That's the thing that I think that most people aren't willing to admit, and I've said it myself. People, we come in. A lot of guys come up to this space, and then we talk a lot of logical stuff, as though things are supposed, like we're Vulcans or some shit like that, which we know that we're not.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of times we neglect the fact that people live in contradiction all the time, every day, 24 hours a day.
That's true.
And so when we're asking some men to reconcile the contradictions in which they live, I'm sometimes get a little bit flustered, because it's like, wait a minute, we all live in contradiction. So
that's true.
Yeah, and so I'm not really that. I mean, I know it exacerbates the problem. Because it makes it much harder to really get through when people are willfully living in contradiction, but at the same time they don't even realize it, and then when they do realize it, they fight against the change.
Well, you sound like a human being. That's it. You're talking about nuance. Real quick, I just want to say, Dead Set is talking about nuance. Like, and in these conversations, it almost forces you to try to be on some extreme crap, and what you're saying is the nuance, the actual, you're a human being. There's contradiction. We're walking contradictions, and I think what's good about this kind of side of like the Black Manosphere, the BGS side of Black Manosphere, is that we speak about that, right? Like anyway, I don't want to get into it. That's a whole different conversation, but keep going.
So I'll get into it a little bit. The thing is that, at least this is the way I see it, man. Like, contradiction is going to happen amongst humans, period. It's human experience. However, when you got a contradiction as big as a fucking black hole, you got a problem. You can't have that. You can't have that and continue to not be able to reconcile those contradictions. You have to readjust or reframe your frame of reference, because the one you're currently living in, it's not true. So that's the problem that I have with a lot of these folks, him included. Because you can't run around here trying to make points about us in particular while not having your own shit in order, because your shit's way out of whack. Way out of whack.
That's the
thing.
And
you don't even acknowledge it. You act like it doesn't exist.
Well, I'm about to drop, because I could go on forever. That's how I'm forcing myself to drop. So
you ain't gotta leave.
You gotta get out of here. So I'm about to drop. Thank you for having me up, BGS. Y'all have a great night.
Yeah.
Anybody else closing thoughts?
Well, I'm gonna jump off.
Thank you. And flip the table next time. I like flipping tables.
You always do.
Yeah, I was going to say in response to PK though, is that most people, those big contradictions that he was describing, most people still live with those huge contradictions. I mean, they are as big as life. This is the reason why life philosophy is so important, because it helps you identify those contradictions. Same thing with religion and esoteric thought.
If it's still philosophy,
it's still philosophy. All of it's philosophy.
It's like the contradiction that you're a pastor and you're married and you're still fucking your congregation. Like,
yeah.
That's called
I actually
hypocrite.
support that shit. So I'm just saying. But I catch y'all.
That's called sowing the seeds.
I'll take it easy.
All right. Thanks, Des. Anybody else closing thoughts?
Y'all niggas ain't shit.
No, yeah, we never claim to be. What's up, Doughboy? Just got off work?
Yeah. I had a bad weekend. It's a whole mess. But yeah, it's all right.
Yeah,
I'll
hope it pays well.
No, it didn't. It did not. It just pissed me off. But it's all good though.
All right.
I'll survive.
All right. Anybody else? Charles, closing thought? No, yes, no.
Charles probably asleep. We were supposed to play today, but
okay. He probably started. All right. And if nobody else has closing thoughts, we can actually out here. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, BGS. I just wanted to let you know, you, Charles, Art, Mr. Z, Edward, all of y'all, I'm subscribed to y'all just kind of like I subscribed to most of you guys within the last year or so. You guys have been filling me up with so much knowledge and understanding perspective for these past 2 years. BGS, I ended up finding your channel on 2 separate occasions, which is
really?
crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, the first time when I was separating away from Christianity and looking into Gnosticism. So I ended up finding your channel like 5 years ago. And then I found your channel again through Kendra.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's just crazy how that happened. So just being brought to your channel on 2 separate occasions and then noticing like, oh, this is the same guy. So I just want to let you know, man.
The same dude.
Yeah.
Different name, same dude. Yeah.
Right, exactly. That's the first time I learned YouTubers have 2 separate channels now. I was like, oh snap, okay, clever.
Gotta have a backup.
No, but yeah, and I see why. I see why because here I am waking up. I feel like I'm still waking up over like a 2-year process. And I just want to let you know, BGS, I can hear the frustration in your voice sometimes when you drop some of these, when you drop some of your videos, man, and you like, you know what, fuck it, tear it all up, fuck it, I'm done, drop the mic.
Let it rock.
I got a grandson to raise. Fuck the rest of y'all. Hey, look, you've been saving me. I've been sharing your content, Charles. I've been sharing your content. Everybody else, we really appreciate. I really appreciate you. I got a savings account saved up ready for the BGS tax every month.
I appreciate it.
Shout out to the BGS tax.
Some people appreciate the BGS tax.
Hey, I told you I was gonna do it. I was like, these motherfuckers keep asking you questions. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, hey, might as well support the cause.
Yes, sir.
Anyway,
because you doing so much more than these fake pimping preachers out here trying to save souls. Y'all literally out here saving lives by saving minds and galvanizing us, to really, step up more than just the programming that we've been put into by a lot of our, single parents. And I hate having to, be going there with that one. So BGS, thank you for sticking it in with us. If you up and disappear one day, I wouldn't blame you, but I really appreciate you for being here.
I know, right?
Thank you. All right, appreciate you. All right, folks. With that, man, I'm old nigga is gonna take his ass to bed, and Doughboy got to go to sleep. You got to make dough.
Yeah, I gotta make some videos. I got like 6 videos that I wrote down at the job, so I got to make those.
You had to get into the broom closet just like Mr. Z.
Yeah, I know, right?
He does driving to work.
I actually got a personal recorder, but when I made that Let It Burn video, that I did that in the car and it sounded bad. So I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of all that background noise from the car.
There's a couple ways. If you're using Adobe, if you're using Adobe Audition, basically you use your noise reduction, and basically whatever the normally is a low level, but the biggest thing is actually bring the mic closer to your mouth.
Okay? Yeah, because I have a headset, but
yeah, and your smartphone actually does a better job than a recorder because it has noise canceling features inside of it. So if you use your smartphone and bring it closer to your mouth, the other mics will actually cut out some of the background noise.
Okay,
so it's probably better than the actual recorder in a noisy environment.
Yeah, I'll probably try to do something with that.
Yeah, try that.
I'm just trying to learn about how to manipulate the volumes and the levels and shit. That's what I'm trying to learn.
Yeah. If you bring it into a say like a decent audio program, it would actually do it for you.
Yeah, I'm using Audacity right now, but
and you can do it in Audacity. You have to just find out where the effects are,
the low levels are, and then just drop it.
Well, yeah, how to drop it, raise it up, normalize it, raise the volume, and equalize, all that kind of stuff. It's in there. Just have to find it. It's not as intuitive as other programs are.
Yeah,
but just look it up on YouTube.
That's what. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I'm actually gonna try to do a test run tomorrow.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'll let you go to bed, man.
all right, folks. And with that, I'm out. See you guys next time. See you guys possibly on Friday, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. All right, folks. Peace out.
Later.